Hello and welcome back to Limbus Company. I'm Luce, and tonight we're going to be continuing Intervallo 5, the LCB regular checkup. Not too much has changed since last time. I can even give a quick show here. Yeah. Most of my team is up type 4 now, which is nice, but by and large I actually have a coherent team going finally, so... Sinking on purpose. Defeat the enemies before they self-detonate. Oh, lovely. Everyone loves monsters that destroy themselves to damage you and make you suffer.
Oh
dear.
왜 보이려냐?
This is gonna have to do. I guess if we lose him, it's okay.
오,
Yeah.
왜 보이려냐?
Wait, what am I doing that for? I can just borrow one. Yeah, don't know why I didn't think of that. Oh no, what am I doing? It's Wild Hunt. I wasted a bunch of XP. Well, not really. He's gonna be leveled up eventually. Alright, so let's see. Next. Alright, I was giving the stereotypical nerd voice. Alright, next up is Grey Gluttony. Roots of plants will dig through the dirt in search of nutrients. What distinguishes them, however, is that they're not satisfied with satiation alone. Indeed, the roots continue to grow, striking increasingly greater supplies of nutrients. Hang on a minute, what's this? As Heathcliff, after flipping through pages, looked up at one and shouted, "Are we really gonna do the song and dance for each and every one of the Pecatula? Why don't we just lump them together like how you paired up the sinners?" Ha, running low on patience already? Only simpletons would make such a basic suggestion. Standard protocol, in case you weren't aware. I'm also unhappy about this process, but sometimes we must swallow our complaints and do as we're told for the sake of proper test results. You do actually make a very valid proposition. Wait, what? Very well, I also fail to see the necessity of fighting Pecatula one by one, given the busy schedule. Your suggestion's accepted, assistant. Oh, what? Really? Aren't you the one who suggested? We didn't have to fight them one by one anyway, then why do we have to do this from the start? Because testing them one by one yields a more accurate result. Studies suggest that a margin of error grows by 0.06% when testing multiple entities at once. I see, but I say the benefits of smaller margin of error outweighs the convenience of lumping them together. Why don't we proceed to win? Bloody hell, let's just go, yeah? Yeah, Otis, come on. Test this carelessness is why. I think we can risk a slightly greater margin of error. Indeed, I suppose that sometimes it's necessary to prioritize efficiency over the pursuit of perfection. I will abide by the executive manager's judgment. Yeah, you don't want to let perfection be the enemy of good. Otherwise, you're just going to never get it done on pursuit of the perfection. It's just never going to happen in time. It'll already be over. Very well, then allow me to explain the morostasis gloom as well. Have you ever immersed yourselves in deep waters? Quite easy to sink the depths, no? However, the deeper one sinks, the harder it does become to rise again. Pressure suffocates you from all directions, no matter how much you thrash around, desperately looking for something to grab onto. All you find is futility. Such is gloom. Yeah, I brought it up a few times, but the game actually uses an archaic version of the 7 deadly sins, so no greed. Instead, we get sadness, or in this case, gloom. And it's kind of interesting. Some of the elements for representing the sins make sense, though gluttony's a little, well, I guess you can only do so many different things for gluttony. I suppose one of the few benefits of working with this company is the constant motion that gives no such time for emotions to drag us down, especially now that I have some level of confidence they might actually keep their end of the contract. Ooh, sounds like disagreement's brewing. Even after I joined the bus team, I feel like I'm floundering in some ditch, you know? Though I'm only here because I want to be here, but still. Are you sure you're in that ditch by choice? Maybe you just don't know how to rise to the surface again. I don't appreciate hearing that from someone who doesn't even know what I'm talking about. Yeah, even Rhodian's bothered that her Canto was one of the ones that suffered of being one of the first two. Well, it's all ready to go, You too, assistant. You aren't exempt from the tents. Me too? Perfect time, and I'm getting a bit tired of all this mental exercise. Right, let's wrap this up quick. Wild Hunt Heathcliff is one of those popular ones, so I figure he should make it easy to go through. Though I guess W Corp is self-sufficient. Yeah, we're gonna do it this way to get Rhodian into negative mode. Prepare to collect. we go. Ooh, that one's stunned. No, it's dead. Well, dead completely, no complaints.
지키기 위해서.
Oh, come on, really? It's still alive. Oh, whatever. Let's do this manually because I do not want to have dominating good. Dominating easy. Unopposed. Unopposed. That's not unopposed. It's still dominating, so I don't care. I'll just dominate all the way through. That's a good way to handle things. Just dominate until all your problems are solved. Well, there, finally, that's dead. 2 down. Another one
완전히
down.
멈췄나. 완전히 멈췄나. 시간은 전부 징수했으니 상관없지.
Alrighty. That one's very fast, so let's make sure we get rid of those no matter what. Okay, actually the whole set of sinners is faster. Okay, good to know. They're all dominating, so don't worry about them. This HP healing boost, gluttony, gain 1 heal boost ever, healed none. Bloom, at the end of one stack, inflict damage equal to your current HP against the enemy with the least HP, then die. In turn, at 1 stack. Okay, so I just need to make sure I kill them all before they explode. And most notably, it's the bloom ones I have to watch out for. I don't have to worry about the gluttony ones. The gluttony ones are just distraction. Yeah, Heathcliff here is... yeah, just like in the story, well done Heathcliff is real sane man hours. I love the pretty nice animations that skill 3s often have. Even if it's just a few extra effects like Otis there, I still think it does a lot. And we'll use this to offset it and lust to go. Actually, yeah, these are just gonna... I can have Heathcliff just focus that one down until it dies. Here, offset. As long as I make sure to remove the dodge, then it cannot stall for me.
너도 누군가에게 맡겨졌겠지만
Easy.
지킬 게 많거든.
Oh my.
가족 중에는 이야기해봐야 잘 들리지 않는다.
Oh my. Borrowed time. That's good. Collections. If you want to haste, gain the additional more tremor count. Oh yeah, we're in good shape now. I can offset that, focus on dominating. Dominating. Neutral, oh my. Favored, oh my. I don't remember, keep that offset. And this should be in good shape. We should mostly win this. There's a chance we won't, but even if we do, I think we should have more than a chance. It's not too much of a worry. Oh, we only have 3 turns to do it, just like all the others. Interesting. Ah. Time moratorium should make it easy to do that. The big burst damage at the end should be quite helpful. Ah. Joke's on you, I love the low sanity. Alright, we'll make sure we're dominating all of it. And do it this way then. All the dodges are gone, so it's got nowhere to hide. You can run, but you can't hide.
직접 밝혀주마.
지키기 위해서.
Oh no. What is a negative sanity Knight Rhodian gonna do?
아무것도 남지 마라.
Ha. Not bad. Let us, considering the demanding conditions, very good. Let us proceed. Alright, that's 2 down, so we're gonna burn through the 7 deadly sins rather quickly at this rate.
예전보다 많이 나아진 것
Actually, I think we only have
같다.
pride left,
나도.
don't we? An envy, yeah.
그러고 보니까 그 환상체 이제 가오를 내려준 아이가
Gold
없어졌지.
harpoon.
다시
Lastly, 2 of my
관리를 맡겨주실까?
strongest members.
가시죠. 마침내 현장 투입입니다.
Actually, do I want... Probably could use any of these, but I think I can stick to my current set. Well, actually, my level's a little behind. Well, no, it shouldn't matter in this particular case.
자, 판 돌아갑니다.
I'm missing a couple, at least 2 clash power though, which does suck a little. Well, they weren't too much trouble. Next up, you 2 get in there. With Yoshu. Oh, with Yoshu. Let's do this, I guess. Let's see, what? She wants to switch teams. Really now? What's her problem this time, Yoshu? Your dulled harpoon doesn't interest me. It's dulled so much it can't even impale that sickly nerd over there. I don't think she'll have too much trouble impaling Hohenheim. I'd much rather watch that Blood Fiend fight again. How speakers of me? This is quite the pickle. Boy, she wants to switch teams. Is that alright? Of course not. Well, you heard the man. Let's go. I'll admit my harpoon's not as sharp as it used. I'll admit my harpoon's not as sharp as it used to be, and I'll admit I lost a bit of my edge since then. We're all sailing the same boat. I'm not gonna hold you or anyone else back. I'm always ready to pick a razor sharpness when the need arises. I'm swapping you out as soon as you start to fool yourself. Last thought we've been through this. Switching teams ain't a thing. Pride. Hohenheim droned on as if the bickering sinners didn't even exist. Wheels, symbols of technology and vectors of humanity in the ultimate pursuit. The wheel in its boundless pride rolls on and on in search of the perfect circle, something unconquered even by nature. And yet, it remains uncaring for the flesh, nor it rends, nor the grass it tramples in its path. Isn't that just confidence, not pride? You can't get anything done just by sitting idly in place. One might even say that pride is yet another name for overconfidence. It often claims trailblazers are those who have never tasted failure. Pride is usually... there is definitely an asterisk that pride is often an unjustified confidence within oneself. But, like I said, the 7 Deadly Sins have a lot of different interpretations and stuff over the years. Ha! Someone like you, Hohenheim? Well, that certainly is perspective. Next up is luxuriae, lust. Moving on like that. It was the meaning of luxuriae, lust is not exactly what it says on the tin. A more illustrative description would say that yes, an obsession to spread a fragment of what forms a self, a desire to propagate, to breed. Of course, there's more to the concept than that. While the word itself may be subject to interpretations limited to just the carnal understanding, to share one's knowledge, one's ideas, invite others to gaining understanding of a sliver of oneself. You seek to express such things or lust as well? Not bad. I appreciate these discussions with the learned. There's never is any dead air. I'll admit it, Flip. That flew all right over your head, didn't it? Why even ask? It's unnecessary. Show up and get in there. Yeah. Most just can think of lust in the sexual sense, but it can be interpreted in many different ways. Yeah, I don't want to use your skill 3 quite yet. Favored. Ooh, might have to actually. Oh dear, never mind. Let's have Ishmael do this. First of all, which one is it? Yellow. Dominating. Favored, favored, favored. Do not take 10 plus hits during the encounter for each identity. Struggling. Let's make sure this is the one. That's slightly favored.
당신 짭패군요.
easy enough. I just have to win clashes for this. As long as they don't have too many unbreakable coins, we should be able to handle this fairly easily. While I think technically Knight Rodian is my most powerful ID right now, I still like to think of Hanafuda Ishmael here as my ace sinner. Alright, one down. Wonderful. Next up is another yellow, so we'll do this way. Unfortunately, actually, maybe I should just go with blue. Unopposed. I guess I can take a hit. It's frustrating, but it's not necessary. Frustrating, but it's not a huge problem. Oh, right, I can do it this way. Neutral, huh? Yeah, I need to make sure everyone's dominating so I eat as few hits as possible. The less I take now, the less I have to worry about later, because we still have the boss one we have to deal with next. Yeah, I think after this, we've done Wrath. Slaw. Interestingly, oh yeah, the start of this chapter, I did notice that everyone seemed to look down on the sinners. And that might actually be a rule in contracts. You must see the sinners as below everyone else. Also something, because even when you're asked to see them as co-workers or whatever, you said no, that is incorrect, they are sinners. When gaining poise, gain 3 additional or 2 additional poise count. Sinking. Yeah, good luck, buddy. Excellent. Excellent. Now here come the big boys. 5, huh? Dominating. I cannot offset a counter. If I do it this way. Ego. I'll have to attack into that one. It's gonna hurt, but I think it's ultimately going to be worthwhile. There we go. When fully charged, that attack does ridiculous amounts of damage. Ooh, nice, we have some shields. Granted, I'm not worried about dying because the challenge is not death itself. It's challenge isn't to avoid dying, to avoid taking hits, but we have a maximum of 10, so that should help. Snag Harpoon will also add a good amount of bind so that this enemy is incapable of being faster than my sinners, no matter how hard it tries. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nice. Always nice to get an 3 extra attacks in here. Took 2 hits, but this is absolutely nothing to worry about, I'd say. Yellow, eh? An A resonance. Pride. Another A resonance. An A resonance adds +1 clash power based on how many is in there. It could be a bit more if it's more than 3, but strangely it doesn't seem to be nearly as powerful as the game makes it out to be, which does surprise me a little. So the manager's concern with the sinners wasn't just empty words. Very well then. Ah, we made it. Easy.
도박장죄로 의뢰를 냈다 싶더니 이렇게나 밑장 빼는 놈들이 한가득일 줄이야.
Stinging.
아,
Each unit.
한 달은 의뢰 없이
their
놀아도
shape.
되겠는데요? 사무소 노놨네.
If we're gonna be doing this crew, then let's change this to Magical Girl Dawn. Magical Girl Dawn is definitely stronger than her T Corp form in terms of individual power. It's just in the Tremor team I'm using, she's a lot better in T Corp. But I don't need a tank here. I need someone who hits like a truck. And magical girls hit way harder. Verily, 'tis time for the youngs. Yes, Isong, and I had to face the test. I've heard conflicting ways on how to pronounce this. Isang, Isong. I've heard conflicting reports on how to pronounce his name. I'm sorry. The nature of our trial should take the form as Pekatul Invidad. Assume that we have first-hand experience with the static shocks. Oh, does static shock have a lot to do with envy? Anyone who's been subject to both static shock and the envy of others must know the latter stings the same manner as the former does. I ill comprehend thy explanations. I see. Better explain plainer. Example, Miss Quixote. You've always been fond and held great respect for the illustrious color pictures of my craft. Verily, I shall be second to none, were my passion to them to be measured. Now, imagine yourself at a convention in which the illustrious colors were holding an event to disseminate their autographs. I imagine you are part of the excited queue. Ooh, indeed, I've mentally placed myself there. Proceed. Yet in great fortune, the event comes to a close, mere moments before you to receive your autograph. Act or woe, fate playeth such cruel jest on mine pitiful soul. Now do imagine, what sort of emotion would you feel for the fellow fan who did receive the final autograph immediately before you were to receive yours, ere the chance was robbed? Well, it would be quite jealousy burning in thine heart. Painfully tingling sensation. Ooh. Ah, you certainly enjoy explaining things, don't you? I suppose all scholars are kindred spirits after all. Boy, you two, quit the chin wag and get in there. But verily, onward to new adventure. Then I shall follow. Each sinner must defeat their own. Ooh, negative. Oh dear, we're gonna take each beats Pokemon is taking their shape once. Three strider power guard, one-sided guard. Unopposed. Wow, why are they all targeting him? Okay, I see what it wants me to do. Let's clear it out here. Yeah, they want me to have everyone targeting specifically who's going after them. Only thing is, 4 of them are going after Yi Sang. That's a bit much. So 2 of these are targeting him. Favored. Alright, Don can handle this one then. Neutral. This is really, I don't like this coming down to a coin flip for Dawn. Ugh. I suppose there's not much I can do about it. Power guard. Unless of course I go with a fire, huh? Maybe if I go with an A resistance it'll help. No, it'll just go from struggling to neutral at best. Oh, come on, really? Yeah, why are these so fast? Dang. Yeah, that's I think that's Kirakumo Don.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
Yeah, let's just restart the fight. If we're starting with half our team stunned, that is not working.
성과를 내지 못했는가? 이래서야 아시의 이상에 다다르기 위해 몇
Of course,
해가
I could
필요했지.
borrow another one if that might help, but I don't know. I think my Yi Song is probably the best though.
군주의 수를 기다려야겠어.
I guess Dawn I could get a slightly better one, but I don't think it's gonna be that much better. Yeah. Yeah, a few of these have a few more egos, but that's about it. I don't think they're actually better. I don't think they're actually gonna be better than mine.
흑수
맡겨두시게.
So let's go ahead.
만국된
Alright, we'll go
직선을
and do
직선으로
this again.
질주하겠어.
I guess if I have to redo a couple coin flips, that's fine. Granted, Dawn can function in negative, but like I said, the stun was the issue. Now that she's negative, favored. An A-res. Alright, yeah, that brought it to neutral. And one's dominating even. Nice. Favored. Neutral. Favored. Struggling. Yeah. Gonna have to go with neutral here. Favored. We're gonna have to do it this way.
일기당천.
Okay, good. We're winning this one. Damn it! Damn it! You sang. Lost one, but won the other. Oh, come on, Dawn. Ah, that stun. Oh yeah, it's no good. If we lose, yeah. It's one thing to just deal with negative sanity. It's another if I outright lose a sinner, because now I can't even beat it for the challenge there.
성과를 내지 못했는가? 이래서야 아시의 이상에 다다르기 위해 몇 해가 필요할지 가늠이 서질 않는군. 군주의 수를 기다려야겠어. 당장은 이 앞을 달릴 엄두가 나지 않는구려.
Manager of Lamashland. What does Manager of Lamashland have? Sloth and Wrath. This might actually be... Oh no, weak to slash. Oh, is that thing here? Yeah, she's weak to slash, that's why. Oh dear. Any resilient to slash, oh. Gonna borrow W Corp here. He's resilient to slash, so he's gonna be fine, I think.
만국된
Alright, we'll go with
직선을
this way.
직선으로 질주하겠어.
If I'm struggling, I do start trying to pay attention to what matches there. Of course, if I won the clashes, it wouldn't be an issue, but it is what it is. Oh wow, they're basically all focusing him down. Wow. Really? Only going after Dawn? Well, both are slash, so I guess it's technically possible to last, but I don't like it. Saying that for sure.
일기당천.
Fare thee well. Alright, as long as I'm winning these clashes, that's ultimately what matters.
물 넘고 거꾸로 제차.
Come on, really? Come on, Dawn. Oh, come on, really?
질렀나?
Oh, Christ. I actually managed to do one stun at least, so Dawn's gonna have to... A-Res, we're gonna have to try and work this. Okay, yeah, the Clash power-up did help.
기회인 것 같소. 자, 지금이 기회인 것 같소.
Oh, we failed the mission. Okay, I'm gonna have to redo that. This one's a bit tricky because it's possible to go on a rampage, but it's also possible to do basically no damage.
포기하지 않을 것이오.
I do think that particular Dawn was a good idea. Because I don't want someone who's so slash weak against enemies that deal purely slash damage. Forgive me, but I think I have some better strategy here. Although, granted, like I said, killing them isn't the issue, it's making sure the correct person kills the correct target. Come on, wow, everyone's just... I can't help but notice these are all basically set to be stronger by a good margin. There we are. Favored. Wow, that A-Res is not helping us. I was kind of hoping it'd be a little better, but evidently not. Actually, if I go pure sloth A-Res, that will raise it. Here we go.
내 앞을 막을 자는 없어.
Oh, come on, Dawn. Damn it. That stun probably just ruined the entire turn. I don't mind if I keep going. Well, like I said, it's not just winning here. We have to fulfill the conditions. Alright, being stunned means... Yeah, there's no point continuing. Dawn's just gonna explode. And again, I could still win. Yisang is definitely good at soloing. Or at least mine is, because the being Heisho is sung. But again, we have to each unit to feel the one that copies them. That's our goal here.
이상에 다다르기 위해 몇 회가 필요할지 가늠이 서질 않는군. 군주의 수를 기다려야겠어. 당장.
I don't think we're gonna be getting an ego, so I'm not even gonna worry about the egos. I'm just gonna go as is. Figure out something there. I believe this is the last ones, at the very least.
나는 언제나 달려나갈 준비가 되었어.
Which one has more coins? Doesn't matter too much. Dominating. There you go. Might as well give myself the best possible odds. Okay, good. We're starting to really get some good progress now. Oh yeah, that is so satisfying. Dang. Oh, come on. Really, Dawn? Oh crap, they've got some A-Reses going. Luckily, we've got one of our own, but dominating. Favored. Neutral, favored. Defense. We'll do it this way. I'm not sure if we'll actually be able to dodge it, but it's worth a try, I guess. There we go. Oh, they're staggered. Wonderful. Which means now I just need to have everyone fight their clone of choice. Dawn attack, copy Dawn.
바람 불어오는 대로
Ever maintain a genius for the company can attack.
다음은 어디요?
Finding force the artifact's been copied. This is actually quite interesting. At least once. Okay. That's done now, so now I just need to focus on winning at all costs.
나는 언제나 달려나갈 준비가
Dominating.
되었어.
Dominating. Why are they all focused on Isang?
일기당초. 물 넘고 꺾고 제철.
Yeah, I'm winning. Yeah, we're gonna win these in a clash a lot more easily now. We just have to make sure to survive during the unopposed because these guys are fast.
물 넘고
I mean ridiculously fast. Maybe I should even use the Durante to shut them down because that's just ridiculous. Ooh, never mind. That one's stunned. I think he's stunned. Yeah, he is.
적질났나.
지금이 기회인 것 같소.
Stagger plus.
다음은 어디요?
Well, I presume he's just being followed. He followed. Don't worry about it. Complete the train. There we go. Copy is taken down. There we are. And I fulfilled the conditions.
이게 바로
I
소위
become
말하는
so-called elite. Promote me
엘리트.
to manager esquire.
나 승진시켜주시오, 관리자나리.
The price of curiosity. Oh, I can't deploy Dawn.
가시죠.
This highly concerns me.
복지팀의 협.
흑수
어디서? 뱀 기어가는 소리.
바로 부르신다면 언제든. 마침내
제 차례인가? H성.
네. 오, 외부 일이냐?
Yeah, I'm not too worried about the minimum 50.
돌아갑니다.
It's not an irrelevant level difference. It's about like I said, it's about one clash power. But foundation that led to the disaster was led by none other than his son, whose only sin was making an innocent, tragically casual And sometime after we ran upon a test, please vacate the room, people. Cleanup coming through. Apologies, Miss Don Quixote is ought to. Prithee, avail me but a moment. The shoelace upon have come undone. What? How? I remember tying like 7 different knots on your shoes. I quite hideous acts as sorry to be forced upon. I had tied them once again in the shape of a ribbon. Yeah, the knots didn't look that great. Ribbons are cute. Oh boy. Yet one must begin to wonder about the consequences of freeing her feet from her stunted or present state. What others suggesting is none other than my eternal steed, bound to me by fate. None shall ever sever the bond. The query posed to Miss Faust. I appreciate your answer. Faust's reply was what set fire to a combustible foundation. I cannot know. An obvious outcome, given that no relevant data has ever been collected. Well then, no time like a present to get collected. Good thing we're at a lab too. Where else are we gonna get another chance? This course of action is highly inadvisable. Oh yeah, sounds like a bad time to me. I had all kinds of horrible stuff happen on that train the moment her shoes came off. Sure did. Oh, but it is an independent decision called by myself in certain extreme circumstances that has not to do with my will. Oh, well, you know, potato, potato. I was quite aware the core of that individual may well lie in her pair of running shoes. By all thee, thou shalt treat a person as a useless shell. What if we slip her shoes off again really quickly? Standard here, department demands precise measurements. In other words, these tests would be meaningless if all we are measuring is a hollow shell. Hollow shell? We have indulged in predictable provocations enough, Hohenheim. It's necessary to remind you, you've not yet received the full report of what transpired during that incident. In other words, you're risking the occurrence of an unexpected event. You concern yourself with unnecessarily. The construction of my laboratory boasts a solid build. Not even abnormalities on the more powerful side can puncture the walls. Oh, very well. I will not force your hand. However, due to your unwillingness, I'm behooved to record such as my journal. Due to concerned Sinner's utterly terrified reaction to the prospect of having to remove her shoes, I must leave only half complete test results. Utterly terrified? And for your information, these reports are stored for at least a decade. Yes, we'll have full possession of record of your playing cowardice for at least 10 years. Outcome NA. Reason subject too scared to participate. After much contemplation, I've come to conclude my dearest deserveth a moment of respite as well. I, Don Quixote, shall demonstrate what Don is of her core still without Otis Resonante's assistance. Are you sure this is a good idea, Faust? Hohenheim, if your employment at Limbus Company ever comes to unilateral termination, I suppose the cause will be rather apparent. Your highly irresponsible level of curiosity. Not a good idea, got it. That would be a great honor as a researcher. Hey, if anything goes wrong, it's time will be ready to slip them on back on your feet, right? I shall be at the ready. Behold me not with such excessive anticipation, there shall be any new revelations here. Dawn untied her shoes, see. 7-layered knot was quite the difficulty, young Ishmael. Where hast thou tied these cords with unwavering tightness? I was hoping they'd be the last knot those shoelaces would ever tie. Of course, there we go. Fairly well, bye. The Sinners and I were quite nervous, but none stepped forward to stop this experiment. Why didn't we stop this? Was it because we knew removing Resante doesn't necessarily mean she loses control because we saw its effects on the warp train and La Machelin? Or was it because we assumed Resonante was now just a disguise and that Don Quixote has accepted her past as Sancho, removing it wouldn't affect her psyche? Whichever was the case, it was a mistake to ignore that feeling. The researchers don't know what facing Don Quixote, Sancho, the second kindred's like. We do. Father, our existence is depth and perpetuity. Complete us, fill us our hunger. We pray unto you. Fill us the blood of humans. Teeming, shouting voices began to echo in my head. The voices of all the children we'd embraced. Or perhaps this was the blood fiend's instinct given voice, imprint upon them a moment of their birth. Proliferate the disease, embrace this unending hunger for blood, propagate the family. So many voices, so much yearning, such desire. Every single kindred that's ever existed yield before dawn. Yes. Eventually be permitted to quench this thirst. Must drink blood. I have to drink it. All the blood the family deserved. I must. Oh, Dante. Dante, wake up! Hey, this lot like the last time the building on fire suddenly had to explode? I gotta get hold of myself. Thirst. My body can't even feel thirsty. This doesn't make sense. Okay, I'm okay now. What did you see, Dante? If we want to bring Dawn back, we're gonna have to quench her thirst somehow. We need something to sate it. Every single kindred. Not good. Do you keep any blood in here? At least to quench what's... yeah, we have some blood samples. We need them. Damn it, you've been listening to what the executive manager's been saying. It's a combined thirst. A few blood samples won't do anything. So you're just gonna sit here and do nothing? Hey, this is a matter of getting her shoes back on? Right, you're saying, get her back on her feet. I cannot. A bizarre wall of pressure surrounds her. This is one luxury cigarette. Good flavor. I brought those on our last bonus pay. These readings are incredible. So much power. Even a state such as, for all intents and purposes, complete imagination. What? You egged her on knowing this would happen? I had many outcomes in mind. Some were quite similar to this, but this is beyond even the most extreme of my predictions. How the hell are you so calm about this? We gotta do something. You haven't even seen our last hits. What would be the use of panicking now if this outcome does not align? The first course of action will be to analyze the data. However, it doesn't seem like containment measures will be the answer here. Thus, the task of stopping her will fall straight on all of you. Time for us to pay the price of curiosity. We better be getting a bonus for this out of Hohenheim's paycheck. Sancho. We already defeated Sancho once, but don't forget, technically speaking, she was basically all but letting us win. Hopeless. Oh dear. Block, power guard that if you please. Dominating. Favored. We get a dominate? Yeah, dominating. Yeah, the best we can do is neutral. I'm not feeling very good about this. Do it this way. Power guard.
조금씩 잘 생각해보라고.
Ow. I'm glad I blocked that rather than try and clash it, because that was going to be a lost clash on anyone. Good news, however, is we can get the sinking and get the sanity down. Tremor to increase the stuck threshold. Yeah, she's...
물 넘고
꺾고 제쳐라.
Alright, gluttony is... I suppose it makes sense vampires would be weak to gluttony. Oh dear. Is it clashable? Can clash with a skill regardless of speed. I do not have enough for anything. Power counter. Unfortunately. Favored. Dominating. Yeah, we'll do it that way. Favored. Dominating. We must go with dominating here. Yeah, pretty much everything's dominating. Favored. This will have to do. As long as I... Oh, that shield is getting such a pain. I don't like it. Though I suppose that you have a decent amount of true damage thanks to all the rupture. I knew I could rely on you, Rodian. Unfortunately, that's an unbreakable. They're all unbreakable coins, but the fact it gets damage reduced as much as it is still means that it's not nearly as bad as it could have been. I do appreciate that it's not a full damage attack regardless here. The fact clashes can lead to such the fact winning clashes can make it so that you basically take no damage in most circumstances makes me think, okay, I kind of see where crap. Yeah, I can see why they decided to introduce the concept of unbreakable coins and thereby, by extension, unavoidable damage. Because it basically meant healing, defenses, and other things that basically meant nothing as long as you just won clashes. And yeah, it's not as easy as just win clashes, forehead, but generally, I imagine the way most calculate stuff in this game is they work under the assumption you always win the clash, and if that's gonna happen, yeah, a lot of these skills are a lot less impressive on paper.
일기당천.
Sinking is really amazing. Dang. As for the current banner, I am genuinely hoping to get Keisho Dawn because, well, first of all, she is absolutely adorable. But also, Sinking and Tremor is basically what my team is right now. Synergizing, no, Sinking, oh no, it's Sinking and Rupture. It still works with the team as it is. That would also mean I could seriously consider Hong Lu. Oh, I can consider sharding Hong Lu. Alright, one free turn. Might as well do all the damage we can. 3,000 is genuinely a lot of damage.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
May not be a 5 coin, but still 5 hits is really good. Oh dear. I guess with her father, technically now the only remaining elder of that bloodline. I must get the mother to all them. Family's thirst. Need not be the mother of anyone here. You're a sinner and nothing more. Wow, how Virgilus can even handle a second-generation vampire. Suppose that's no surprise thinking about it. I will not place the blame of this incident on anyone, Dante. I understand that no one could have expected this outcome, given the dearth of intelligence regarding the binding tool the first kindred gifted the third sinner. Well then, I hadn't had that much first-hand experience with watching Virgilus fight, but this was certainly the most exhausted I've ever seen him. Oh, so this is the first time he's actually been pushed. Remember, when he took on the theoretically infinite number of Wild Hunt members, he did not break a sweat. They were less than nothing compared to him, but Dawn, full power... No, Sancho, not even full power Sancho, blood-starved Sancho still forced him to actually put effort. He had to use serious punch. I decided to say nothing and turn the clock. After some time passed, Dawn, what happened? Did you lose consciousness or something affect your memory? Manager Esquire, my memories are fine, but I heard something as soon as I removed my shoes. Voices, right? Once again, you've witnessed me. Yes, the voices, so many. Voices? Voices of my family. But the blood fiends are all... Sinclair trailed off. Every single blood fiend that was in there was killed when the amusement park collapsed. In other words, most of Dawn's lower kindreds are all dead. Yeah, I guess that's kind of the most depressing part of Dawn's chapter. While she does want to continue her father's dream, it seemed ultimately the outcome was that we did in fact have to kill all the vampires. There was no way for them to coexist peacefully except for Dawn, and Dawn mostly gets a free pass because of her magic shoes that suppress her vampire power. As far as I can tell, it functionally makes her human again for as long as they're on her feet, so... Although I guess that might also be why they mentioned that the contract forces them to be around the same level, because theoretically, she should still have the vampire strength to some degree. Or maybe that's just... Honestly, I think that might be like the T-Corp protocol or whatever they mention it in, mentioned during the Time-Killing Time storyline. It's very clearly just there as plot hole concealant, and they're not going to go too deep into it. They're just going to keep it as a back mention of, okay, if we ever need this again, we'll use this, but otherwise, this is just to justify this particular plot line. I recognize some of them. Some are voices of those I once deeply cared for. It seems that I was, against my own desire, made to ascend to my father's seat. Perhaps I always was, ever since then. And I was struck not by my own thirst, but the combined thirst of every single one of those children of his. Thirst. Indeed, I am also bound by that thirst. It's only natural, because I am a blood fiend. Thus the pressure of it broke hold of my sanity, and I hurt you all as well. As Dawn the Blood Fiend, a higher kindred, not as Don Quixote the sinner and your friend. Dawn, it isn't your fault. No, such words are now meaningless. She looked down at her pair of shoes, the strings neatly tied. The higher office will now be regularly supplying you with artificial blood packs. He approached us after spending a while vigorously scribbling down notes. The blood substitute should be very similar in terms of composition. We won't have any issues with the supply. I don't suppose you actually believe that mere willpower will be enough to withstand this urge. I've done quite well suppressing it so far. Indeed, that was precisely the wick attached to the ticking time bomb within the LCB. Must I remind you, the sound of this limiter of yours is quite tenuous, as today's events have demonstrated. Yeah, ultimately, while we do know that her father, the Father Dawn, did create those shoes, we don't know what their limitations are. Is it your implication the purpose of constructing the reckless experiment to determine the full extent of the latent danger? I don't know, it seemed like he was only in it to save his curiosity. Call it an auspice of opportune convenience. This risk factor had to be measured sooner or later. Had I known the full extent of the dangers that he possessed, I would have immediately requested a forceful summoning of your department. Of course, as large as this void of unknowns was, we were able to fill it with much new information. Certainly, analysis can be drawn from comparing reports regarding blood fiends this very experiment. Let us discuss the thirst you experienced, the combined desire of every lower kindred. Indeed, it's true, the Manchegan kindreds have been completely eradicated due to the events at La Mancha Land, but you still heard the voices of your children in spite of that, yes? What are you trying to say? I am to discuss the powerful binding force contained within this blood. LCD's cooperative report explains that blood is not merely a carrier of nutrients, but something more. It contains abstract values as well. We sent in a complaint and the report was far too vague with its wording. We received a reply on the on-site investigation reasoning team, the leader spat out, the contents of which were equally fascinating. The desire of their kind, their thirst, is something that may as well be imbued and imprinted on the family bloodline. Normally, the weight of this thirst is too heavy for an individual to bear, which is why they propagate, to bear the unbearable burden together. But considering that all that desire is now focused onto an individual, on account of the extinction of her family line, it's easy to see why her hold on sanity was so easily broken, no matter the strength of her will. She alone was made to bear the responsibility, the pressure, the duty of having to raise the family again. Because none of those needs are currently met, there comes to be endlessly exasperating thirst and more thirst. Quite fascinating to see how your kind preserves their very abstract values in the physical form of blood. The mere words of thirst does quite the insufficient job of describing the intensity with which you lost control. This was my oversight, I must admit. I do respect your efforts to be liberated from your nature, I truly do, but I also maintain it's advisable for you to regularly consume the provided blood packs. Understood. One day I wish to dismount Rocinante, walk bare feet upon the earth on my skin. I was able to establish one positive fact from this exercise, however. And what might that be? That there are those who would quite literally throw their lives on the line to stop you, even if we were to take off your shoes. In other words, I don't believe it will be necessary for other departments to exercise any separate control over you. Well, now that I've had first-hand account of your conditions, I'll write the following in the report. Still quite unstable, yet with quite the effort from the subject herself and efforts of variable environmental factors, the subject's deemed sufficiently controllable. You know, he makes it sound so cold and effort, but I think this is genuinely him I think this is genuinely Paracelsus here trying to be nice. Because by doing that, it means we don't have to worry about others keeping an eye on us or Dawn being forced to be under heavy restrictions. How can I put this? Here, hold on. There's a good combination reference here. Let me try and find it. Let's see here. It's more specific. Alright, so basically what I'm trying to reference here is a very specific rank and role and title within the Mages Association in the Fate universe, like Fate Stay Night. It's supposedly a very honorable title to have, but the reality is it basically puts you under 24/7 surveillance, and you're not allowed to do anything particularly major because they fear it, basically. Yeah. Clips creatures turn. Here we are. Seal designation. That's it. Basically, the sealing designation are to keep control things that are absurdly powerful. But what it really means is they typically get under such heavy restrictions to the point some of them are just straight up carved up and left of their organs separate pieces to study them, because the fear is they can't be controlled normally. And yeah, I'd really hate for Dawn to be seal designated. That'd be horrible for everyone involved, but especially Dawn herself. Because despite the PR around, oh, it's such a wonderful thing to be marked, yeah, no. Put it into perspective, the Fate universe has seal designation enforcers that are basically there to get anyone who tries to not be locked up, who opposes being locked up, under heavy surveillance, studying, or dissection. They do exactly what the name suggests. Yeah, that series loves to push that mages are assholes. And they're not too different, I guess, think about it. They're not too different from the corporations here. They probably get along swimmingly. And I mean that in a bad way. Once again, I respect your efforts. Any kind of effort, really. So yeah, I think Hohenheim is genuinely trying to be helpful to us here by saying Dawn is easily controllable and doesn't require any special measures. Because by preventing her from being seal designated, we don't have to worry about her being under such heavy restrictions that she'd basically have her freedom taken away. Or at least what freedom you can have under a contract in this world. I've never had much use for it. I respect your efforts, any kind of effort really, because I've never had much use for it myself. Dawn took a deep breath and they turned to face the sinners. By then her eyes had regained their usual softer look. But sorrow was seeping through the tone of her voice. Despite her theatrical manner of speech returning, her tone reminded me of our time at La Mochland. My deepest apologies, dear friends. Forsooth, I shall ever persevere to see that Rocinante, my shoes, are never to be removed again. Alas, you're looking at it all wrong. You're gonna remove those shoes one day, yeah? And that's what you're gonna persevere towards. Verily. I think she let out a brief, quiet laughter. Ah, Manager Esquire, perchance is there aught thou concealest from my knowledge? What do you mean? I don't think so, anyways. Coincidence that at the very moment I noticed Faust look in my direction. I don't know if I made the right choice here, but Faust nodded, as though to say that I did. I stopped hesitating, and the tick-tocking noise came to a stop. Very well, then. However, I cannot help but I feel some degree of anxiety as I watch Dawn walk away as though nothing happened. Yeah.
도박장죄로 의뢰를 냈다 싶더니 이렇게나 밑장 빼는 놈들이 한가득일 줄이야. 아,
The
한 달은
hierarchy.
의뢰 없이 놀아도 되겠는데요? 사무소 논한.
You. Well, now that's over and done with. I would like the sinners to gather around here when I paste the sinners in a single file before them again. Now, the regular checkup is complete. We have finally enough data to compare pre-employment status to those of your current selves, which means, indeed, we're able to measure your pre-employment combat capabilities as well. Alright, so basically they want to see if we're getting stronger. Oh, and what are your conclusions? Allow me to preface this, saying there isn't much significance in establishing this particular hierarchy. Like I said, you're equally mediocre at the present anyway, and... oh, there's plenty of significance, alright. We gotta know who's the big boss. While this is but speculation, the worst-case scenario, we must know that which one of us has the most right to authority lead, in case our executive manager becomes, due to unknown inexhaustible circumstances, unavailable. Why do you put it that way, Otis? Hey, that's, I don't listen to anyone weaker than I am. Wait, what if there's a reason I was first to introduce himself? There was a burgeoning interest among the sinners to see which would be the apex of the scale, where they'd be measured prior to their employment. Yeah, I think we have demonstrably proven that Dawn is straight up the strongest, at least when she unleashes her Sancho self. It's because, granted, it does also seem that Sancho is not under the contract. It's only when she takes up the role of Dawn the Sinner that she gets under restrictions. Hey, maybe before I lost my memories, even I could... Come on, Ted, don't. It is interesting how every collective has a desire to get a clear picture of the pecking order. A negative expression of this desire may even lead to juvenile behaviors among children. For example, stealing colleagues' lunch money for meager reasons, such as scoring higher than they did on the test. Why does it sound like you're talking from experience? Oh, you're not speaking... yeah, exactly. Wow, I can't believe how often me and Rodian are on the same wavelength. Thus, I believe trying to conceal the outcome would be quite meaningless. Each of your placements that line you up when you're standing and signifies the order which you're curious. I do not wish to waste any more breath on the subject. There was a long silence. Then the sinners all looked at the person standing in the frontmost position of the line. It has to be the longest, most awkward, loaded silence. Much did I wish to hold out my fathoms, yet I yearn still to convey where all the one guy. Yet there remains a certain abundance within my heart. Perhaps the tests of the day paint a picture of both my qualities. Thus spoke I. Son, I will place the trust that all of you shall one day sprout wings as I have. He's saying it's the other way around. Ah, yes, the line was made from my point of view. Me and the sinner weighing the lances to the front of the line. Well, you did say some cool words. We got this, right? Well, it is a bashful occasion to be center of such fervent attitude in one's company. I wouldn't say fervent's the right word. Worried, maybe? I shall be vigilant. No one seemed to have any objections or doubts who the strongest sinner was given the earlier event. Yeah. On second thought, it appears to be best if we left command to Ishmael, as we have done so far. Otis mumbled through gritted teeth. Forsooth, I'm in agreement. I'm more partial to roles as defending fixer or the squire. It is often the case that such side characters enjoy greater popularity since time immemorial. Yeah, while there are plenty of franchises I've run into where the main character is indeed the most popular, or still do they usually have side characters or the rival that's a lot more popular. Still happens too. I mean, let's just say there's a reason Silk Song stars the rival of the original Hollow Knight game rather than the same well, no, it was originally meant to be DLC, so it wasn't... So, no, it could have had the Knight star if they wanted to. They just chose Hornet because she was the rival, the character that everyone loved. Very happy I'm gonna see this discussion not coming to blows. Now, are we all ready to move on from this? Hey, wait a minute. Aren't we forgetting something pretty important? Oh, that's just how the world works, Greg. No one remembers anyone between first place and last place. I even forgot my own placement in the order. No, I mean, fellas, I wasn't even part of the list. Oh, you weren't? Who cares, mate? There's 12 of us. Some people fall on the radar. Big deal. Let's just get on with it. Hey, you can't just regard me like swatting away a fly. Poor Gregor. Even the fan base, from what I can tell, seems to treat him that way. Granted, I think, like Rodian, he does suffer from the fact that his chapter was one of the two, least interesting ones, because the game had a bit of a slower start. Actually, even thinking about it, even when they have a bunch of memes of all the sinners together. They'll usually go for some of the deeper stuff like Wings with Sung and Rodian's gambling and such, but for Gregor, it's basically just Bugman, which is about the most bare bitch surface level joke you could make about him. Poor guy. I guess it's somewhat on my level. Anyway, our Heathcliffs. Ishmael replied in a voice that clearly lost all interest in the discussion. You're a sinner with a bizarre insectoid arm. We had no choice but to place you in the least favorite category of all researchers. Exceptions. They really hate that, huh? In other words, you're a unique case that cannot really be placed on a list or scale. To do so would be irresponsible. I'd say you carry a certain potential, though. Potential, does that mean I could also be first place if all goes well? Could very well be the reverse, given the definition of potential. Well, he doesn't say no, and I guess that's the main thing to say. Let not this quarry horror your mind. Gregor, your day will come. Yeah, and incidentally, the fact the first two are kind of left behind is a big reason many speculate that there's probably going to be a second Canto for each sinner, just to continue. Though I guess as we've seen by now, all of them have left with some degree of loose ends. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. Don't know why I drew a blank there. Even Dawn's chapter, with most of the vampires all dead, we still never learned what happened to Bari, the Blue Knight. Fixer that inspired her in the first place. That's definitely a loose end we've yet to do. And of course, Gregor they're gonna have to do a lot more with, because his mom is the closest thing the game has to a main villain of the story so far. So there's definitely gonna be something there. Feels kind of funny being consoled by the guy who was placed last. Still all relative. They're all roughly on the same level because of how the contract works. New classification codes. Let me grab a sip of my drink here. Alrighty, there we are. After some time passed, next we will discuss the classification numbers. Oh, you mean like Sinner 1, 2, 3? This one's interesting because even Dante is technically a Sinner number. We've been assigning risk levels for distortion since we have abnormalities. The observations log you've written for us were of great help too, of course. Really? Well, that's good. My researchers struggled to parse the handwriting of certain sinners, however, but it was still good data all the time. Oh yeah, sorry about that. My handwriting is absolutely atrocious. There's a reason I'd always try to do data entry with keyboards where possible. We once had a 3-hour debate over a letter. Oh, even that bloody governess gave up on trying to fix my handwriting. Well, at least he's fine admitting, yeah, oh yeah, it's probably my fault. Heathcliff grinned proudly and wiped his nose. As you must all be well aware, the current system of classification numbers has a rather significant oversight. Because abnormalities were creations of the former L Corp, our classification system had to be lifted whole from their system. However, the criteria by which former L Corp measured risk levels was the amount of their energy production. That's a correlation of sorts. It's often the case that more aggressive abnormalities created more energy, but their destructive capabilities were not quite part of the criteria, despite the correlation. That's why certain abnormalities were given us relatively lower risk levels, despite their potential to kill even multiple high-ranking employees. Oh, they were an energy company at the end of the day. Makes sense their priority would be to measure the energy output. Yeah, and there's definitely gotta be a reason that no other company has taken over their fallen wing yet. And that might be why Limbus... I do wonder if Limbus wants to fill that gap, after all. So it says a lot that other corps are trying to take over weaker ones rather than doing the new one. So I'm definitely getting a vibe similar to Pathfinder Kingmaker, that there's gotta be a reason behind all this. This is because that game was about settling a new kingdom in a land that never really had anything. It was all fertile. It was all plenty of good stuff there. But for some reason, for thousands of years, nobody had settled there, which seemed rather odd. I once heard someone say we should be wary of people who drone on and on in the intro. Thus, it became necessary to reorganize the distortion's risk levels and classification codes. Oh wow, how interesting. So, whose job is that gonna be? It's gonna be ours, isn't it? I'm taken aback by that naivety. Would you ask me this question? Oh, ours, it's all sinners without the right refuse, was it? Wait a sec, ain't you just offloading your own work onto us? A privilege given to researchers, yes. Oi, don't be so ignorant, yeah? This is all just, in order to research the distortions, you know, we gotta, the other way around, assistant. We gotta research distortions to solve them better. Elementary shite. One time's really got you wrapped down his finger, you know that? According to the LCD on-site investigating researching team leader, the progression of a distortion is much like that of a disease. The fate of an abnormality awaits at the end of a distortion phenomenon, after all. When a distortion progresses into an abnormality, all pre-existing individualities erased, replaced in totality with the abnormality. Thus, it's impossible to bring back a distortion that's already transformed into an abnormality. It will no longer have that reversibility that they once had in the distortion phase. So we were able to bring back Heathcliff because we were able to kill and revive him while he was still in a distortion phase. But if he went into full abnormality, then even our time powers might not have worked. Well, maybe it would just by the nature of the time powers, but that would be the exception rather than the rule. So a distortion like that Time Ripper fella eventually became an abnormality too, if left untouched. If you're referring to the subject, then yes. This is simply a prediction, of course, because of that particular subject is not contained here. I cannot say with absolute certainty that its progression to an abnormality will be observed. A correct assessment. Ooh, didn't Limbus Company collect the Time Ripper, though? We hoped we would, but T-Corp was very adamant about their claim over the entity, to the point where they refused to even sit at a negotiation table. I found their time-ripping ability quite fascinating, but, well, sometimes I must know when to cut my losses, I suppose. Oh, wait till they hit something's new classification code format? Indeed, because it's difficult to identify and observe the origin and shape of a distortion, we decided to forego that information and instead to replace them with sin affinities and the expected damage scale. Sin affinities must be referred to Pigrita sloth. It appears the classification system now mimics that of the Picatula. They do indeed follow the same thought process, if we're being technical here. I wouldn't say it mimics it. It'd be more accurate to say the Picatula are at once the origins of the distortion phenomenon, its byproducts. The affinities can be transferred one-to-one. And what's the expected damage scale? Combat capability, I'm guessing. I remember one saying the risk levels were determined based on the energy production rates, which is not the most meaningful information to us when we have to fight them directly. It was a tad inconvenient to put the nebulous idea like combat capabilities into a singular numerical scale of power. Certain entities have idiosyncrasies and variables that make such a linear measure quite meaningless. So instead, we decided to measure the expected amount of damage that Limbus Company personnel might suffer should they engage these entities in battle. With this, the Time Ripper poses very little threat against the sinners due to your idiosyncrasies. The unique nature of their weapon means they can immediately deal a fatal blow to anyone from LCCB department with a single strike. No, while this Time Ripper poses little threat to the sinners due to their... Yeah, the Time Ripper being unable to actually damage the sinners in a meaningful way was the big reason we were able to defeat him, because otherwise he would have just frozen everyone in time. That's why this distortion was given a very high expected damage scale of 6 from a scale of 1 to 10. Please note this is not a perfect system, and these values are only there as references. I imagine they're also subject to change as well. Work in progress, I'd wager. Will the standard be applied to abnormalities as well? We have plans to do so, yes. Risk levels and expected damage will be coming before their classification codes. Speaking of which, I have something to show you all. Oh, what is it? What else other than the monolith? One of the highest potential values among the Limbus businesses. Thus, development of the transportation management and processing methodologies, the monolith is a glowing achievement indeed. The artifact, by its very nature, poses great danger. I hesitate to embrace its use so willingly. A great danger, but wouldn't you say we are beset by danger at all times? Okay, and when they're waxing poetic like that, he's basically saying, don't worry about it, it'll be fine. Alright, so he's gonna die horribly later, messing with it. Good to know. The arbitrariness in deciding how dangerous something is comes from the degree which it poses a risk. As you must know, the monolith here is a device that can force a distortion. It is scattered through the city like the golden bow, at first only in possession of the fingers and syndicates of back streets. It's now being collected by companies both large and small, and nameless, like a plague. We also learned that they become rather high priority targets for some of the wings out there. As luck would have it, we managed to begin our research expedition and collection of the monoliths much earlier than the others. Now we're already at the stage in which we may partake in processing and sales of these artifacts, expanding our business ventures. You could say we narrowly avoided a very unsavory fate of having to tussle with wings for possession of the artifacts, because we may have had to confront the wings directly if that were the case. Oh, asking out of pure curiosity here, what would happen if we were ever assigned a city threat level? Ishi, how about we don't ask questions we don't ever want to find out the answer to? I mean, what if due to some uncontractual shenanigans end up going against the associations? I think it'd be a good thing to know ahead of time just in case. Yeah, we know Limbus Company's been playing with fire for a while here, especially since they refused to tell us what the overall goal is. They just, halfway through our adventure, they said, oh, by the way, we study distortions now. This is what we're officially going to be doing from now on if anyone asks. And obviously, no one makes a company and decides later what it's going to be for, so this is, whatever the distortion research is, it's secondary to the actual purpose. Seems like a question worth entertaining to me. Let's see, from the Canard to start the city, I suppose your assessment would be somewhere between urban plague and urban nightmare. Your assignment would be somewhere between urban plague and urban nightmare. Not star of the city yet, are we? It almost sounds as if you want to be given a threat level. It is true that you, upon first sight, due to your revival powers, the potential of the identity technology may appear to pose a rather troublesome risk. However, you have a very clear and obvious weakness. Indeed, all of our advantages would be moot upon the manager's death. Hohenheim slowly turns around to look at me, prompting Faust and the other sinners to follow. What if we protected them, though? I am impressed by your optimism, given the kinds of enemies you've faced thus far. We don't even need to go that far back in time to discuss the incidents of Fixer Siegfried or Big Brother Ricardo I read. Should the third sinner suddenly seek to attack the manager with her full might, do you truly believe the rest of you would be enough to protect them? No, the flow of this world is that the manager will be preserved, or that no such thing may come to pass. That's enough, Hohenheim. Any further divulgence, and Faust will open a disciplinary committee to discuss the consequences of your careless words. The flow of this world is the manager will be preserved. Interesting. Not there yet, are we? Very well. What is the case? You do have the potential to become a star of the city threat at some point in the future, but do remember that it would be best if you could avoid that unfortunate designation. Yeah, I've vaguely heard of Star of the City refers to as a top-level threat to the city in some fashion. And please don't forget that this is true, only true so long as you have Limbus Company's backing. That is true. Pretty much everything here is the company backing it. Final checkup. I should definitely borrow a Heathcliff from her, so maybe a Heathcliff wouldn't be a bad idea, actually. Wild Hunt. Of course, L Corp agent ain't that bad either. Hiroku McLean. Yeah, let's borrow Wild Hunt. Well, actually, what's his passive again? One ally with the highest speed deals damage to target less than 0. Huh. I think that's actually reflects to the power he has me as a boss. Interesting. I could also borrow Merceau. I don't need an event bonus anymore, but... What's his passive again? I don't need to borrow him, so I can just make sure he helps. Let's see here. Yeah, he's a great support if you're using a La Michelin team, but I'm kind of not. Alright, we'll go ahead and bring this particular Merceau. Although I should probably bring T-Corp Dawn for this particular setup since I'm, yeah. The current average identity is lower.
몸 좀
That's perfectly
풀어볼까요?
fine. It's really only one person who's a bit behind. That will be fixed in time. We're almost done with the regular checkup. Finally, we have a chance for you to overcome adversity based on what you have learned thus far. And for me to prove my hypothesis. Well, hypothesis. No need to worry. Mine have never been wrong most of the time. 50% of the time, it works every time. This experiment is entirely of my own design and supervision. And I'll faithfully follow my own pure curiosities and instincts as a researcher. Guys, I have a feeling we're not gonna like where this goes. Now, do you see the monolith here? Oh yeah, I do. That's a monolith, alright. But don't you worry. My researchers will be the ones to activate the artifact. Activate? Not on you. You relax. I understand none of you will be willing participants in this experiment. I swear, if you're gonna force us to store saying we might have no right to refuse or something, I'm gonna... Hang on, I can't let you do that even as your assistant. Yeah, but you must. We're willing to send the weakest sinner. Forget that. That was foolish of me to say. I'll be the one to subject the experiment myself. You're gonna distort yourself? Am I hearing you right? Aren't you curious at what kind of distortion you'd end up becoming? I'm sure this is a question you've all entertained at least once. Well, at least for Heathcliff, we already know. No, I ain't curious. It ain't a very pleasant experience either. Stop gritting your teeth like that, assistant. It'll have an adverse effect on your long-term dental health. Well, what if you just end up turning into a peccatulum? You could end up becoming one and just another one of the fodder we slaughtered on the way for the tests earlier. You're risking that? It is indeed very much a possibility. It would signify nothing more than my very own limitations. Just a mediocre shell. If such an incident comes to pass, these employees will transport me to a containment unit. We've even made a bet on what kind I turn into. You bet on Goulet, I bet Invade, and her on Pugrete. Oh, but how could you... Think of it like this. If I were to become one, it would be akin to losing a game of chance. Of course, what counts as a loss may depend on what I, at the precise time, consider to be losing. But the mere fact of turning into one does breed me of any value to life. I'd say he was being too hard on himself, but it felt like too simple an expression to describe his tone. The company would most likely attempt to transport me to a container unit, but I disagree with that decision. I'd like you all to dispose of me on the spot. I'm well aware I'm not the kind of congenial person to earn others' favor at first meeting, if at all. I also don't believe our brief relationship has been the most amicable, therefore I see little reason you should hesitate to cut me down. Of course, sinners with gentle hearts like the young Sinclair may express a distaste against this decision, but once I become one, it may very well mean that Hohenheim, the entity, has ceased to be. So I hope no unnecessary emotions like guilt clouds your judgment in killing a peccatulum, a mere byproduct. Oh, but what if something unexpected happens? We're talking about your life here. Don't you have any manuals with backup plans? Or... Oh, this is a very simple matter. Nothing more than a coin flip, heads or tails. It appears you're still insisting on your absurd 50-50 theory. I'm a researcher who wishes to humiliate the field of mathematical statistics, unlike the general lay of the academia. I believe there's a certain romanticism to research. It's much more exciting to run as many tests and get as many samples as we can, pouring day and night over the book and paper, isn't it? If it's tails, you may dispose of me immediately, and the employees here will take care of the rest. Don't forget to destroy the key inside that coat pocket and the files in my cabinets, for example. Yes, we remember. If I were successfully distort, we'd be halfway to success. My, for the first time, I'm feeling quite envy for you all. I wish I could witness my very own distortion. If you've been paying attention to my lectures, perhaps you could even come up with a classification code for my distortion as well, going by the standards we discussed earlier. Not that I have a very high expectation you would. I've recently come to the realization people nodding along to my words is not a signifier of comprehension, but an expression of societal niceties. Nods. And then the manager here will open the entrance of my dungeon of fathoms. And you will progress to the mirror dungeon as you have done when facing a distortion, to reach the deepest fathoms of my distortion again. I wish you all the best of luck and suppression. Next section. And once you've made it that far, it's likely you'll find me unconscious, or if luck would have it, conscious. Unconscious, you're sure this is safe? Degree of case-by-case variance is to be expected. It may take some time for a full recovery, but it will happen, should you succeed. Yeah, I must say, the mirror dungeon, where I can just spend to do all of it in one run, is very, very nice for saving time. That reminds me, that's how this bamboo-hatted Kim was brought back as well. He was recovered? He is safely contained within our facilities. Seems already activated the monolith. I'm confident that even so, I'll be quite an exceptional specimen. Hang on, just like that? You're not a big at least. Indeed, and I can still hear them. Yes, I remember, I still do. I know he'll be back, but gosh, this is pretty unnerving. Don't worry, we'll bring him back no matter what. The manager says we'll bring him back no matter what. Sure sounds like the dependable sort, this manager of yours. Please take a look at this. A note? Did he write us tips on how to do this or something? He says that all you have to do is read what's on the note in front of the distortion. Apparently it's a code. I don't think he'll hear anything but ticking noises. Could you read this, please, Merceau? It will be done as you commanded. Merceau nodded and began to read the note aloud. Lobotomy Corporation, 5 minutes. Potentiality, anticipation, right hand. The moment he uttered them, the ultra-familiar portal began to appear, and the distortion, as though they were a key to a door. Scattering shards of familiar alien sights opened intermittently beyond the shimmering veil. Hohenheim had already entered the portal as we stood there gawking, but we could hear his voice echoing. I suppose I'll be forced to share my past here, a past I never wanted to share, no one cares to learn about. Something I must endure. For the sake of this experiment, however, I needn't expose every little detail of it. It's all in the past now anyways, isn't it? Hohenheim's Fathoms. We're at the starting part of the dungeon. We found ourselves in a room that appears to be a workshop of ego gears. If you score below 100%, you may only take a single ego here. An ominous warning sign of the same speaker. Sinners all take a look, enticed by the sign. We find out the ego gifts. Wait, there's our gears. A gift something, right? Here's they manifest in the shape of ego gifts. Can't we just take them all? This is a dungeon of fathoms. As it differs, I highly advise its rules are followed. What should we do? Combat boots, spike heaters. Cleanup solutions. Okay, flaming hot. Take the cleanup solution spray. Illusory hunt. Focusing counter start. Do damage upon all allies. Oh, wonderful. That's a level 3 one. Wow, nice. I need someone with charge in the level 1 spots. That should be good, I think. We got a lot of gloom energy we need, but I guess it'll be. L-Corp branch control team, maybe? What's going on with them? Good, it appears I can censor these with my own will, at least to a degree. Your mission here is to classify my distortion, reach the end of the dungeon, and bring me back. Your mission does not involve digging my past. This is? It appears we have a passing familiarity with this place. What is it? They seek to convey. I don't believe any proper communication will be feasible, given you're in a dungeon of the fathoms. Oh well then, let's do something about it. I regret to tell you that settling of this dungeon is out of my hands. Had it been up to me, I would have manifested a place more fascinating, like a library, fabled to have every book in existence. You used to work at Lobotomy Corporation? One of my past careers, yes. Us. Diplomacy did not seem to be an option here. The censored people brandish their weapons, threateningly steering our path. Looks like we're gonna have to take them down. Can't be helped. Let's get ready for a fight then. Censored Lobotomy Corp L3 agents. It's your turn now. Guard. Let's eat. I imagine anyone familiar who's played Lobotomy Corporation would get these references. I won't, but I've been told if I want to look into it, it might be better to consider Library of Ruin at first, because Lobotomy Corporation apparently has a very tricky learning curve. If so, then I guess these games have a bit of a habit of not being very good at explaining themselves. It's a non-focused encounter, so I don't have to worry about it, I guess. Oh, wait a minute, that's the same thing as L Corp Dawn, the 2-star one.
아무것도 남지 마라.
자, 어느 쪽인지 잘 생각해보라고. 하나 넘고, 둘 넘고, 꺾고 제쳐라.
Darn it, survive with 5 HP.
좋아.
恋恋지키기
누군가에게 맡길
Oh, basically everyone's stunned. That's gonna make expediting this a good bit easier, huh?
대상 사망 징수 진행 불가 올인이었나요?
깔끔하게 몰았군.
Pretty easy. Let's go with this one since this is off the beaten path. Several researchers are moving about busily in the hectic-looking laboratory. Did something escape or something? As we stood there gawking at the mess, someone walked up the sinners. Get out of my way. Actually, no, perfect timing. Eat this. Come on, we don't have up to the little clinical report deadline. Eat it. We're not eating that. We don't even know what it is. Okay. Who will step forth? Gluttony and sadness, oh my. Very high success. Don's face lights up with surprise as soon as they take the swig of the potion. The potion seems to have alleviated a great deal of stress. Their eyes were practically twinkling. The trial was a success. Thanks for volunteering. Please take this. It's our newest line of medicines. Enhance your MK4. The selected identity is healed. Another quest handily completed. On hit with the final coin against enemies with rupture potency when using a base attack. Okay, so yeah, this place is entirely rupture focused.
사냥감인가? 몸이 그.
So, how do we know this guy's actually distorted? He doesn't sound any different from his usual self. The sanity degradation due to distortion affects every subject differently. I mean, yeah, but censoring his own fathoms? Ooh, but Hohenheim, you're in a dungeon of fathoms. We see through it with your Dante's powers, whether you show us or not. You make a fair assessment. How about this then? If you're able to see them anyway, allow me to save the trouble and give you a quick rundown instead. Visit me as soon as you finish watching my tale. The tale began with a man... That man walked into my laboratory. Yes, I had a personal laboratory all to myself, one of the few perks of being an elite researcher. This guy's just telling the story how he wants to, isn't he? Mr. Hohenheim. Let me think. I don't quite remember what he looked like. Something like this, perhaps? Whatever's the case, I was planning to censor his appearance anyway. I want to talk with you about something. Stop. Are you here to express your displeasure with me? The what now? If you are, do let me know from the get-go. I had a feeling it was about time this would happen. 3 months, not a bad record for working without a workplace conflict. Oh, if this is about quitting, then you can find a much better audience among the human research team. No, I mean, I'm just here to thank you for picking me, some dude in the back streets to work here. It was you who made the hiring decision. I don't know how to put this, but you're the only one who saw my, what's the word, potentiality. You saw something no one else cared to look into, know what I mean? But it had nothing to do with something as grandiose as potentiality. A wing does not hire people from the back streets for something so insignificant. While this information was never publicly available, lobotomy primary criterion was trauma. Candidates with horrible, insurmountable trauma were often favored by the company. And in an indirect way, it was only natural they'd begin to favor candidates who originate from the back streets. Your greetings are acknowledged, Jimmy. Now feel free to leave my office. Oh, I ain't Jimmy. Anyways, I've been meaning to ask, why do you enjoy being alone? It may come as a surprise to you, but I'm adapted to spending my life time on my own. It's one of the hundreds of distinguishing features that set me apart from ordinary men. Don't you need someone like a loyal right-hand man? My right hand is doing just fine, thank you very much. Do you believe in punctuality, Hohenheim? What an unrelentingly stubborn employee he was, even in hindsight. Thanks to you, I do, and I've been thinking if I keep at it, one day I might have myself living at large in a nest, changing my world little by little. Kinda like how a thing like me managed to snag a position here at Lobotomy Corporation. So I'm thinking that I want to stick in your circle. To bring such drastic change in one's life in the realm of feasibility for an exceptional researcher like myself, indeed. But you're one of the most rattle, painfully average and most qualities, therefore unlikely to be moving force in that change. I have no faith in universal things like potentialities. I have faith in myself and myself alone. I'm not very partial to mathematical statistics or probability theory, so I'd keep both my right and left hands my own. Have a nice day. Want to know something about me? I'm the kind of guy who doesn't really think about things. Action before deliberation? Thoughtlessness and carefree. Possibly the only merit to be found in those who originate back streets, or is that a thinly veiled threat of potential assault? No, I'm talking about the new abnormality that got shipped here. It's a tricky one to manage, I tell you what. It reads your mind, screws up all sorts of strategies, whatever it is based on hard logic. Want to shoot the Department for the Year award together? You seem rather skilled in the art of transactions. One of the few merits to be found by those who originate in back streets. Oh man, I suppose I was overcome with a certain ennui back then. And hindsight, oops. In hindsight, it was foolish of me to engage in such an inane conversation. You, us, remnants of my past have come to haunt us. Perhaps it was I whom they truly wished to hurt. Well, I suppose they wouldn't be the first one using the sinners to get the person they actually care about.
자, 어쩌겠지 잘 생각해보라고.
I guess more reason I should go gun for a cheap Don.
물 넘고 거꾸로 제쳐라.
But, well, as you saw, I used up at the start of the stream. I basically used up all my pulls, and I'm not near the pity rate, which is unfortunate. And if I get Heathcliff, I'm actually not sure if I can make good use of him, if we're honest. I don't have the, I don't have the absurd
이거
amount of gluttony energy I had earlier when my team was a bit more random bullshit than it is now. He's definitely a character where you want his tasks online as soon as humanly possible.
자,
차라리
어쩌겠지 잘 생각해보라고.
바람 불어오는 대로
짓밟아라.
Finally here, the Department of the Year award. Indeed, I finally done it. Minor assistance of you, of course, and some other employees. Want to admit it, don't you notice a lot more employees are saying hello, good morning, and what have you in the hallways when your reputation was a bit, you know? It's all because I'm a good of a right-hand man. I'll admit your intuitive and spontaneous eye was of some assistance when it came to identifying certain observation among the abnormalities. This is the potentiality I was talking about, man. Same thing you saw in me when you decided to get me on board. Apologies for ruining the moment, but the next few years quickly and busily flew by without much trouble. Of course, we picked up ourselves a few more Department of the Year awards, some promotions, collaborative researches, yet all things must come to an end. The infamous fall of Lobotomy Corp, for one. You left... Oh, you left us. So I don't suppose you have any trouble haphazarding what they're trying to tell me, even as their words come out fragmented. You left us. Nothing but words of endless resentment. You left us behind. Fall of the former L Corp. I remember what Miss Yuri told us. The site crumbled in an instant, trapping the employees in there with the abnormalities. What's the sound? Whole structure's quaking. What is this? Initiating site burial in 100 seconds. Any remaining employees must immediately evacuate the structure. Counting down. Escape pod servers are here, but there's only one seat. They're saying the next one's in 5 minutes. Listen closely. At the risk of sounding callous, I must inform you the chances of survival in case of this are usually granted only to a very small minority of those affected. So some who prioritize the fairness may settle on primitive methods like drawing lots. And in more barbaric groups, survival will be decided by none other than the rule of might. I'm glad to find myself among those inside of intelligence, so I make this argument a suggestion. Compare yourselves whose sole purpose in life is clinging to your mediocre cross jobs and making good on your debt payments, and me who's produced several groundbreaking apocalyptic theses and results. Who in his life was in your eyes greater worth? Indeed, and this is how the tale ends. The compound collapsed 90 seconds later. I left the employees of my department behind and boarded the escape pod elevator and survived. How could you without an instant of remorse? Wrath is a very hideous emotion. I'm here today only because I always maintain a cold and rational head. The Oprah brand it almost appeared as though his heart was crumbling as well. I see, no matter how much he claims that it was only logical, even he is still burdened by it to some degree. Now that's over with, I come for you to face me, the distortion, and the experiment will truly come to an end. But in finding and defeating this distortion, I don't think that'll bring him back. I agree, we're still in deep water here. That can't be all there is to it. We see the anchor blossom moth within the containment unit. Small crimson particles surround like aura. The flaming wings down a moment only to roar vigorously the next. The attempt to set fire and everything around it. What a beautiful specimen, this moth. Have you finished your observations? We've recently been learning a lot about the abnormality recently. Still a lot we don't know though. Here's a pop quiz. What ego gift can you get from the moth? Subaquatic blossom is definitely not from it, since that sounds waterish. So health supplies dream. Right on the money. You know your Artemis moth, but that's not all. Recently, it's been giving these things too. Take it with you. It's good to have a run to a kindred soul. You see a burning, flickering flame. It seems to come directly from moth itself. Embers.
하나씩 차근차근 그어서 내가
Abnormality
보자.
fight. And it's a focused encounter, so we get some damage.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
Something seems to have changed within the sinners.
일기당천.
Oh wow, we're splattering them pretty hard.
나도 누군가에겐 아껴졌겠지만
마음 놓고 열어젖히고 깔끔하게 물었군.
3월.
Described Envy as lightning, but I don't know, it looks more like thorns to me. Yeah, it looks like a thorn vine to me rather than lightning, although I suppose there are lightning egos that use Envy. Come on, have at least a few here. There we go, 2 people on each should finish them all off.
우리는
Maybe even just 1 actually.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
Yeah, 2 was the right call there.
깔끔하게 물었군.
하우스트가 맞이하죠.
Oh my, both of them. Something seems to have changed. Sinners. Favored, dominating.
당신 짝패군요.
Come on, really? Poor Dawn.
차라리 아무것도 남지 마라. I will offset this block here. I
자,
think it has to be higher in the order for that,
어느
though. I guess
쪽일지
we'll find out.
잘 생각해보라고.
3월. 엠하.
물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
ダンテさんの作戦
Yeah, a little sanity damage isn't gonna do much at this point.
일기당천. 마음 놓고 열어젖히고.
Yeah, they're both getting built down pretty well, I think. Finally. Here we are. Splatter, splatter. Cascading blooms almost.
지키기 위해서
Here we are.
지킬
Cascading
게
bloom down.
많거든.
그쪽으로.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
Bloom and Sloth defeated. At the end of this hallway, a group of researchers have discussion in an unnaturally dark place. Noticing our presence, our fate brightens. Please, we'll investigate the area ahead. We'll accept help to the best of our ability should you accept. I'm sure this won't end badly. Off my hand. Oh, this shouldn't be too big a deal at all, right? I love to see proper enthusiasm. Take this with you. He'll help you. After handling the gear, the researchers walk up the stairs and begin examining them. Once they are finished, the stairs were in top shape again. All sinners are back at full HP and regular
어려울 거
operational gear is
없다고
done.
했잖아, 죽은.
Backup units who... Oh, backup units. One of them's fathoms. Here we are at the end.
잠깐만. 아직 충전 덜 했거든.
We arrived at the entrance to Monheim's laboratory. This may be my final order to you. Either suppress me and return safe and sound, or if you fail the suppression, place me in a containment unit. Perhaps we can observe what will happen next. That's when Heathcliff says, "Oh, Namyu, do you still believe in that potentiality?" I do. It keeps me going. You're the only higher researcher in the back streets, huh? I haven't heard of them either. They told me, hey, you're right, Pompous broke, but thanks to you, they can continue research and believe that there might be things in this world worth working towards. Distorted Hohenheim, undefined. Lots of poise, huh? Subjective observation. Gain 3 stack. Gain 1 stack every time takes or deals damage. Take additional damage from enemies, but deal damage on hit. On hit. Damage dealt to take damage. Cannot be staggered from this effect.
이쪽으로.
한 넘고, 물 넘고. 꺾고 제차. 쪽방은 아닐 텐데.
Wait, are his points positive or negative? They're positive. Good. Which means as long as we keep the sanity down, this should be in good shape, which of course should be fairly easy. stop that one. An unbreakable coin, but reducing its damage will be helpful, I'd say. One-sided guard. Opposed, huh? Alright, we'll do it this way then.
어쩌겠지. 잘 생각해보라고.
Duct analysis. Well, we reduced the damage significantly, so that's good, I guess.
サンタさんの作戦
Admit I'm not the biggest fan of unbreakable coins, but like I said earlier in the stream, I do genuinely get why they exist, because without them, the healing and defensive skills would be probably seen as useless aside from just whatever secondary effects they got. Or defensive skills in general. Okay, what's this here? We're gonna have to do some offsetting here, aren't we? Offset. Okay, everyone's offsetting something.
자,
So the alright, my Sinner's damage should go through completely now. There should be nothing stopping me.
もっと効果的な方法が
1, 2, 3, 4, and delicious 5.
모든 것을 견뎠어.
This is unclashable, isn't it? Clash lose. Reduce the remaining poison count by half. Dominating. Dominating. Okay, the count is very ridiculously high, but the actual potency is not very. So that is something we can take into account.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Actually, thinking about it, I think the turn's going to end as soon as I do that, so I should have had the last person clash him. Trigger extinction sequence. Oh no, it didn't force end the turn. Yeah, I'm just, honestly more than unbreakable with coins. This is really starting to hate force turn. What plagues your mind, manager? Your suppression of efforts seem to be smooth sailing. Movements exactly we've seen managers, save for a few parts of a sensor that concealed nothing from your view. I don't believe to have committed any wrong in leaving that place alone, leaving the others to be buried. Of course, that would be reprehensible from a moral standpoint. Why would anyone look at it from that perspective, manager? Especially when we're at in the city, such a perspective is entirely relevant and worthless. I can feel his gaze upon me. Like you said, the suppression is going well, but this feels wrong. Like it shouldn't end like this. What should I tell him? What's he trying to hide from us? Weakens this passive confirmation bias. Running away from something. But if you do feel like it, there's another side you've told me. You know what? Let's get rid of the shield passive. That way, he's forced to take more damage from me. Running away? An interesting point. Allow me to retort. My choice is not to run away. To deny and evade what happened is too pathological of a choice, is it not? We're well aware the only way to solve a problem is to face it head on, which is another aspect of myself that sets me apart. When an issue arises, or in very rare cases, where I have to find myself a tumultuous nature, I first establish a logical explanation. Yeah, I imagine he has a tort no matter what you tell him, but I reconstruct what's perceived and regulate my emotions. Expressing fury or anger is replacing resources. But I will admit one thing. Now that I've conducted on some level of cold reflection, I'll admit it wasn't entirely mature of me to censor so much of my fathoms. Of course, this does not mean I'll now remove my sense of memories. My ego is not so feasible as to be shaken by a few words. I don't understand most of what he's talking about, but I can't shake this thought that everything he's been saying is an effort to distance himself from his emotions. Inadequate defense mechanism. Defense mechanism. Inadequate defense mechanism. When we can do a choice event, this passive replaces it. Gain shield equals 50%. Shield cannot exceed 5% of max HP. Okay, yeah, getting that shield was a good idea because that was a pain in the ass to have to eat through that. These units burn, lose shield HP. Shield takes additional damage from rupture and does not lose rupture count when under 3. If the shield gained is destroyed, for the rest of the encounter, gain 2 for every instance shield destroyed, up to a maximum of 10. So he gets weaker and weaker every time we shatter his shield. So yeah, I think I made the good choice there. Get rid of these then. Maybe. Yeah, I need to handle this. One-sided guard out here. Dominating. Favored. Dominating. Unopposed. Actually, do I have enough to, 0% chance to corrode. Unopposed. Oh, it can't be opposed. It can't, it's unclashable in this state. Favored. Opposed. And with targeting. Dawn. Do it this way.
일기당천.
Overclock.
그 막는 증오스러운 존재야. 산도가 또 아닌 사라져야 나타날 것이오. 위대한 사랑의 힘을.
Show the great power of love. Ha. None of this matters.
이렇게 무슨 소용이야.
You know,
누군가 납단을
someone has to fill the role of the villain. That's you. That depends. I'm the chosen one, not like you. I'm different. Excellent. Both failed, so the maximum damage is available. He only took about a third of the damage I was hoping he would. But because he's now marked, he now takes damage for Dawn specifically.
지키기 위해서.
Man meltdown.
아득한 야정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서
Find
희망과 미래를 찾아
Man meltdown.
답을 구하시길.
A lot more damage than I was expecting. Dang, Dawn didn't hit me. I'm gonna have to do a self-heal on Dawn here, and luckily the ego does precisely that. I can do that one because she's directly countering there, so that should be good. Dominating. Neutral. Oh my. Might be good to actually do it this way. Yeah, they are dominating. I still say it looks like thorns, not lightning. Favored. Best we're gonna be doing, isn't it? Dominating. Dominate. Okay, we'll just do that one then, and we'll offset this with Gregor there. Without any defenses, the shield should get broken very, very easily.
차라리 아무것도 남지 마라. 아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
Excellent. 2, 3, 5. Full power.
ドクターのように
I missed one coin, but still pretty good. And now with this, Dawn will heal regardless of whether or not she makes that coin flip. I don't regret bringing this to Thread Spin 4 simply because it guarantees the self-heal, and since I use T-Corp Dawn, she likes to tank. We have the advantage, now it's time.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘
This should
생각해보라고.
finish it.
제거하시죠.
There we are. Not too bad at all. The escape pods and surface are here, but there's only one seat left. I was saying the next one's 5 minutes. Look, I don't actually believe you hired me because you saw my potential or something like that. But I want to believe that you found hope and potentialities because of me. I hope and anticipation that we can make things better as long as we keep at it. I can't leave it all behind. I can't save my skin without everyone. That's what a right-hand man does, doesn't it? Take my potentiality you found and raised. Take it with you to the surface. But Johan, what about you? Well, maybe next time. Some other time. Wrath is a hideous emotion. That's why I did nothing at the entrance of the brand. Only remembering, nothing more. Remembering the ones I left behind. So he was bothered far more than he kept insisting. That's what he was hiding. He did feel bad about it. He didn't want to do it as coldly as he claimed. I sense the dungeons of Fathoms beginning to close. I returned, safe and sound. Welcome back, boss. To be frank, I once wished to be someone like yourself, Heathcliff. That's why I took Heathcliff as his assistant, because it reminded him of Johan. And that was a big deal to him. What are you talking about? We want Heathcliff to be like Heathcliff. Because it's not easy to put my faith in, not in games of numbers, but those slimmest potentialities in the world and continue to exist. I know it's not very befitting of a researcher to be so, but it's quite a romantic attitude for a human body, is it not? Well, the experiment is over. It was a huge success, all thanks to us, right? No, it was a failure. I had established this that the sole answer was to hold a firm belief in the self and nothing else. Had this been correct, I would have remained a distortion. Thus, I'd extend my token of gratitude. Thank you for making me fail. It seems the classification of my distortion was HE5SU. Disappointingly mediocre, but I suppose it can't be helped. The world's a place where we must find the ray of potentiality among the mediocre, after all. Let us move now. Mephistopheles is prepared to depart. Onheim's researchers waved at us. We'll meet again, right? Ew, no thank you. Everything has an end, so do consider... Everything has an end, so do consider this our final meeting. Down to last exchange, this guy. The last thing we saw before the portal activated was the LCCB researchers pushing their glasses in our general direction. Though it had only taken a step or two, the entire world around us transformed, leading us back to the transportation instrument. Now that I think about it, we didn't even get to learn why Gregor's bones made those cracking noises. All we learned from this experience is sinners have become mediocre, but they all held potentialities within themselves. Each one of us was mulling over these events. We returned to the bus where Charon and Virgilus were waiting.
도박장죄로 의뢰를 냈다 싶더니 이렇게나 밑장 빼는 놈들이 한가득일 줄이야.
Nocturnal sweeping.
한
I see no
달은
reason
의뢰
not to
없이
just
놀아도
dive directly into
되겠는데요?
the next one.
사무소 놓았네.
Happy New Year. Well, that time is coming upon us again, after all. Let me grab a sip of my drink. Ah, delicious. Yeah, Dante, where's that licked over cake from yesterday went? No idea. Actually, why would I even know? I can't eat. Darn, did Donkey already get her paws on him? Raja rubbed her tired eyes, muttered something about how we should have partied in her room instead, and stumbled to the back door. The new year came swiftly to the inhabitants of the bus after the various incidents at LCE. Sinners all came from different backgrounds and parts of the city, but annual celebration for the new year seemed to be a thread that connected their cultures together. They began floating the idea of a New Year's party. Excellent, maybe the honor of hosting this banquet. With her usual overdramatic boast, coupled with a familiar twinkle in her eyes, Dawn declared that she would indeed host a New Year's party. There would indeed be a New Year's party. Thus it was decided. Again, after all that we went through the back door, and not for out-of-season Christmas celebration. Ahem. Yet I must insist, for 'twas an effort to decorate the bus. Intent quite divorced from the act of celebration. Dawn glanced at Sinclair, sheepishly scratching the back of her head. Oh, don't worry about me, really. Well, 'tis true mine actions have brought upon thee quite distress. Unintentionally, I might add, and thus I must ask of thee, was thou not agreed to a communal event to mark the occasion? Might freshen both of our spirits and bodies? I can't even begin to imagine her amnesiac self taking a moment to give a damn about how Sinclair might take it, but I guess with memory came tact. You know, it's our first New Year's together. I'm sure that it's occasion for celebration, right? Gotta hear the bell go ding to really mark the transition to the new year, right? It seems we should be welcoming the first light to the new year in the company of one another. It is indeed a cause for celebration. A bowl of noodles before the last night of the year fades, a classic. Sobs, such bubbling enthusiasm for me warmeth my own heart. Forsooth, the grandiosity of this banquet shall be one for the books. Fireworks most brilliant. Enough delicacies to power. Where's the next stop? If you'll be running non-stop for 3 days, only dum-dums stop at Fast Road. Says. Virgil's muttered his usual sardonic edge, one fist under his chin. Bye. For the next year's celebration, banquet shall be prepared at the promised hour. Unfortunately, that's how it goes sometimes. You just gotta have the celebration a little early or a little late, based on what you need. And how you can get everyone available together. Dawn's idea of a grand banquet depressingly fizzled to nothingness, but Raja brought out the cakes and cookies she'd stashed so we could at least hold a small celebration for the New Year's together. After that, we stayed together, watched the New Year's sunrise, briefly paint the city gold, and retired to sleep. When everyone woke up, the world outside the bus completely transformed. There was a behemoth of a structure, bizarre in its presence, and the walls seemingly made of gargantuan steel plates. Is that a Borg ship? H-Corp? The sinners began to voice in surprise, and appropriately so, as what came to view was different from any of the other nests we'd journeyed on so far. Is that massive structure all one thing? Well, if that's what the whole thing's the nest, what the hell are the back streets? That thing's big enough to cover H-Corp's territory and then some. Oh, well, there it goes again, asking dumb questions without even taking a peep at the guidebook. That's not the nest, that's a huge box over there. That's actually District 8. We call it the Hongyang, the vast garden here at H-Corp. The nest lies within the center of the structure, and the back streets without. So they squeeze the entire population of the district in there? Do they not get any rays of sunlight all year round? Oh, well, at least they won't have to worry about the rain. Ah, prithee, avail me a sight as well. As the sinners began to gather one by one on the side of the bus, stirred awake from their late night's rest, I felt my gaze drawn towards Hong Lu. I looked for signs of concern or distress on his face, worried. It wasn't exactly something unique to Hong Lu, but the stories about his past home life we've heard throughout the year, whenever he felt like sharing them, were all consistently and terribly depressing. It's not such a bad place once you actually try living here for a while. But his lips, ever so slightly curled upward into a kindly and relaxed smile, are making the same expression as ever. An expression that hasn't changed at all since our first meeting. Maybe it's just a cultural difference, kind of like how Hong Lu could be so nonchalant about things that give us pause, but actually no, I'm not helping anyone or anything by entertaining these thoughts. Yeah, I was wondering if maybe he was simply using his smile to hide his true feelings, but that's not something we can really worry about for the moment. My job at this moment is to keep a close eye on Hong Lu, more so than usual, in fact. And if the time comes for me to help him as the manager, I'll give it my all. Besides, oh, this thing's even bigger up close. Verily, I carry no recollection of such a structure so grand, even in past adventures of mine. My efforts aren't enough. I know I can trust the sinners to lend me a hand. Hey, let me see too. I collected my thoughts and approached the sinners who were flattened up against the glass window to get a good view. Huh. The duel. Wait, why did Dawn randomly get taken out of that?
복지팀의 협조가 필요한 거지.
가시죠.
특수 어디서?
시간
부르신다면 언제든.
바로 가지. 마침내.
제 차례인가요?
H사와 8. 네. 오.
에고 침식도.
Yeah, there's no event that
Yaho.
requires farming
Amado.
something right now, so might as well just I don't need to borrow anything unless I really want to. Once we left the bus. Oh man, can't believe we had to get on the bus up here. Oh, we have to make a formal complaint against H Corp for this crap. What the hell were they thinking, doing shoddy construction work at the entrance of the highway that leads straight to the nest? Many causes there may be to have such construction projects, and yet perhaps an early warning sign ere we approach would have been sensible. Were it not for young Charon's most valiant driving, I shudder that I may have been imagined the terrible possibilities. Could have been a most awful end to our adventure. No surprise all the sinners had a piece of their mind to speak. As we drove up the entranceway, we unexpectedly came across some badly put together steel plates blocking our path in the middle of the road. Charon spun the bus around, which meant everyone ended up being thrown around like rag dolls. Good thing there was another road off the highway that leads into the city, right? I bet Charon would have tried the reverse gear all the way back to the last interchange, but it looks like we're gonna be through these winding alleyways to the nest. So dark in here. We were greeted by a dark street upon disembarking, illuminated only by the faint strands of light. It was immediately obvious we found ourselves in the back streets of H Corp. Looked pretty impressive from the outside, but it's no different from the back streets inside, huh? Yep, it's a familiar sight. Gotta say, it's getting real old. I ask if the nest of the district shall shrouded in darkness as well? No, these particular sites are limited to the back streets of District 8. Yeah, like with how T Corp had no color and it was supposed to be a sign of status. I'm pretty sure, and I mentioned how I'm pretty confident that whatever their singularity is, it automatically drains color, and so they make people pay to get it back. I'm pretty sure that's the same here. I don't think they intentionally wanted their entire city to be in a giant Borg cube. But whatever the singularity is required it, so they decided to just work with it and try to say, oh yeah, we just like it for the aesthetics or something. Back streets of the district weren't any different from the ones we'd visited in the past. People hurrying through the streets as though they were being chased by something. People scowling, gathering on the ground, some sickness or discomfort. Scenes all too common in every corner of the city. There's one thing in this place that stood out from the other districts, however. They kind of remind me of former G-Corp soldiers back in District 4. What do you mean, those fellas? The growths in their flesh appeared to be organic rather than too organic to be prosthetics. Some of them even had odd protrusions or nodules bulging from their skin as well. Not at all, Manager Bud. They haven't mutated in the same pattern, like an insectoid form, for example. Well, I guess I should commend you for not looking at them through a biased lens. You are observing the aftermath of District 8's distinctive method of treatment. Oh, so those are the rumors of the bluish healing ointment come from, huh? Apparently they cure any flesh wound after just one night dressed in bandages. It seems certain misconceptions must be addressed. There are the variations of H-Corp's singularity, the bolus. The bolus? He's likely referring to the medicines brewed and kneaded into ball-shaped pills. Correct. H-Corp, or the Hongyan Bioengineering Group, mainly manufactures boluses that contain essences of treatment. They may be taken orally, ground with water into paste, and applied directly to the affected area, or dissolved in water, soaked into bandages, and wrapped around the necessary area for treatment. Oh, I guess the rumors transform as they travel. Oh, I see. I was just thinking about how they do things back at the K-Corp. Focus of K-Corp's technology is reversal or recovery of one's conditions. Returning to the original state is the key word of their treatment. It's no rare sight to find unique techniques and technology developed independently by the inhabitants of backstreets of District 8. by using manufactured boluses. The treatments are not individually customized for each patient. Instead, they focus on selecting the appropriate technique from a myriad of choices to address the deficiencies in their status. Perhaps one could choose their words transformation or evolution as the more illustrative descriptor for their method of treatment. Oh, so they're what counts as treated? The crowd Sinclair is pointing out appear unhurt, as none of them were bleeding or walking with a limp, but many were dazed, staring blankly at nothing or scratching absent-mindedly at their mutated parts. Ah, they must be the regulars. Unexpectedly, we found the answer not from Faust or from Merceau, but Hong Lu. The regulars? Yes, I've heard of them as a child. People who've grown too accustomed to visiting clinics in search of their mystical treatments. The regulars might appear more intimidating than most people at a glance, but apparently all the side effects they've been stacking changes them in strange ways. It's highly likely the interoperation conflicts or issue who's when applying disparate amounts of treatments, highly disparate treatments methods to a single body. Okay, so if they have too many different ones, they don't act quite nice. At least it's a cheaper alternative for people who don't sign up for the life insurance. You speak of life insurance? Yes, life insurance. There's a special kind of insurance option to bring the client back to life upon the event of their death. Okay, so the irony isn't lost on me, but I thought resurrecting people was one of the head's taboos. The head does not consider revival from life insurance to be a violation of the non-resurrection taboo. It's like that on a technicality level, this revival is actually categorized as brain resuscitation as opposed to full resuscitation. Degradation of its functions considered, of course. Another fatal downside to this technology is, unlike the manager's clock winding, the subject cannot be brought back if their brain is destroyed. There's also a risk of significant losses in the process of information transference. Oh, losses all. Maybe the mutations could be more than just side effects of these treatments, and maybe, but I've heard it takes more than 1 or 2 revivals to change that much. And since apparently people in the back streets could never even dream of the paying consistent insurance renewal rates, well, after all, who would sign up for insurance if using its services could reduce them to such a pitiful state? Yeah, they appear pathetic and pitiful, you rich bastards, don't they? Soon be in the same boat as them, so save some pity for yourself. Identify yourself. Stranger's voice used to cut through our discussions like a foreign instrument. We turn around to find a large group of people who are clearly up to no good. You must be the young master of the high and mighty Gia family, huh? Yeah. Gia family, huh? I can tell just by looking at your pretty face. I just realized there's no voice acting here whatsoever. Your friends, Hong Lu? No, I haven't had much chance to get acquainted with people from the back streets, so nope, never met them before. Of course you haven't. Too busy living large, playing gods in a whole different world from us plebs, eh? Not that it matters. We're just here to take the thing you brought here for submission to the family hierarchy evaluation. Oh, the what evaluation? Oh, Claire, there's been a misunderstanding. There's quite a lot of them. We're not off to a great start, but... And actually, no. It'd be a violation of our office's core values to jump them like some common thugs. I, Shan-san, a third son of the Triax office, challenge Gaboyo of the Jia family to a duel. Our wager will be the winner can take anything they want from the loser. Wait, what do you mean a duel? A duel! I've heard of duels in the Fixer of the Sink Association Eastern Branch, and now it's their intent to duel by stating their affiliation name, instead of casting their aside their gauntlets. And the pamphlet that young Ishmael presented before me earlier presented the truth that the Triax office is indeed an office of the East, though they are indeed of lesser quality. Thus 'tis true, a genuine, accurate declare of a duel that we behold. So it's just a fancy way of saying 1v1 me go, isn't it? I mean, this guy doesn't look too tough. What do you think, Faust? Agree, this individual does not possess any exceptional skill that may pose difficulties for Hong Lu. I think it's gonna be okay. I'll be back in a minute, Dante. Sure it's gonna be okay? I don't think you'll lose against him, but just in case. Oh, no worries. I have some childhood experience with duels myself. I've done about 10 of them, I think. Ah, so the rich boy's dabbled in some duels, hasn't he? I think you misunderstand. I meant to say I've done about 10 of them a day. Grandmother sometimes let me skip them, so I've been slightly fewer than that on some days. Wait, what? I, Hong Lu of Limbus Company. No. I, Bio of Jia family, accept this duel. He stepped forward confidently as his opponent was processing what he just heard. For a moment, Hong Lu stood there in a stance that did not express a hint of aggression before curiously cocking his head inside. I'm sorry, are we waiting for something? Oh, I always let the opponent get the first 2 moves in a duel. Please do not hesitate. Let me, you little... Your cocky pride shall be your downfall. Man introduced himself to lift toward Hong Lu. Then, after about a minute... How is this happening? Unlike Shisong, who was throwing punches and swings, Honglu was effortlessly gliding between his opponent's strikes as though he were out on a picnic. As though he was on but a leisurely stroll through the garden. Oh yeah, I guess since this is the chapter, this will be where I finally learn a bit more about the Heisho IDs. Although for the record, yeah, I have read the stories of the IDs that I've already got, and if I get Dawn's, I'll of course be reading hers. So I already have some ideas about it, but I imagine the chapter will lay it out a bit more, a bit better. Kind of like how the T-Corp IDs do give you a bit about how T-Corp functions, but the chapter's a bit better for laying it all out and parsing it all. So that's gonna be fun. I know someone complained about too many Heisho IDs, and I can kind of get that. Looking at the ones from this year, almost everyone got one, basically. But at the same time, it was, well, Heisho season, you know? So, I can kind of get it. Although I also, like I said, I can get that people would rather have it spread out a bit. After all, we only have, if you're a fan of the Heisho, there's only a few left, but it might be ages before we get another, just because they're probably going to be doing whatever, or the next season, whatever the Ryoshu season focuses on next, and thus it could be quite some time before we ever get another. Whenever Hong-san threw a punch, Honglu redirected it to the side with ease, the fist only grazing his clothes. We were mesmerized by the feathery, light movements of his hands and feet effortlessly gliding, until one blink and you'll miss it moment, we realized Shisan was already face down on the ground, defeated. Oh, Honglu, thou hast been concealing thy full strength in our presence? Oh no, I wouldn't say that. I always put my all into every fight. Yet to defeat this foe so soundly, to dance with the grace between his strikes, 'twas as though it was dueling someone whose skill may only measure against a child's. But most of our fights happen in environments with a lot of variables, and usually we fight against enemies with all kinds of unexpected weapons and powers. You read him. Already familiar with that fool's moves? Oh yes, one of my Biwu instructors used similar techniques as this gentleman here. Practice makes perfect and perfection makes an expert, right? So basically, yeah, this guy is just a normal dude. We fight all these abnormality distortions and weird creature and corp kill squads, but since this guy is just a normal dude, of course he doesn't even get the luxury of a fight. Mechanical fight, I mean. Right, I'm not sure that's relevant here. Anyways, looks to me like you sound like you're behind this duel. Let us through, why don't you? And preferably not do the thing I think you're about to do. This duel wasn't overseen by a notary office. Our employer's not gonna let this failure slide if we just leave. No, well, don't just sit there, move your ass and jump them. Pathetic. I can kind of see how we're becoming experts in getting jumped. With a bitter cry of the defeated, his gang rushed towards us. Yeah, the problem is this gang is all just a dude, guys. Awkward tri-office fixer. Deceitful tri-office fixer. Alright, tri-office guys. Let's get this over with. You guys a bitch. You're all a bitch. Granted, for the record, if I don't get Dawn when I don't hit before her banner ends, I should. We have about a month to do it. I still have a whole Canto I still have to do. If I don't get her, I'll shard her, and I'll just have to wait on Honglu later. On Lord Honglu later. It'll be unfortunate, but it depends on how much I can realistically get, because I have been getting quite a few boxes. Remember, I completely drained my entire supply of boxes, random, collected all of that on the Walpurgistan. Oh, I don't think they're doing too good.
퇴거하시죠.
勢です。今こそ勝機をつかむ時です。
우린이었나요?
We are in victory. This really isn't a great start, fellas. It's never easy, is it? Hey, at least we got a nice warm-up. It ain't bad. I don't know, this seems more serious than our usual street brawls. Ishmael's right. These weren't your everyday thugs who pick fights with random people for no reason. They were contracted by someone to specifically target and eliminate Hong Lu. Boy, are they gonna be disappointed when they learn he's pretty much immortal right now. I mean, it'll end as soon as he leaves the company, but something tells me he's not too bothered about that. Given how quite open they were about their intent, calling it a contract, it doesn't seem whoever gave that was going for subtlety. Then maybe this is what Shun was talking about back when she mentioned surviving as heirs. Whoever's behind this must have a bone to pick with Hong Lu. Indeed, it seems we must expect more skirmishes like this going forward. Alas, was it not a trial readily overcome? Not the point. Think on it a little more. It seems they're assuming that Hong Lu's brought something here in order to participate in that family hierarch evaluation. Then there's no reason to assume we've seen the last of them. They're gonna try again to take out the competition. A highly accurate assessment of the situation by the executive manager. I expected no less from one of your genius. Going for the classic types of brown nosing today. When was a brown nosing compliment a job well done? I do not expect. This inane conversation is most riveting, but I'd prefer some silence while we wait. It seems the company foresaw such difficulties. They've sent you a support team to help handle this issue. We heard voices coming from behind us where Virgil's pointed. My, you guys still haven't learned to stick to the plan, have you? It really threw me off when I was told to meet you in some backstreets location away from our agreed rendezvous point. Familiar voice, a voice we could not forget. Been a while, everyone. Hi, I'm here too. We turned around where the voice is coming from and recognized the two people we've been hoping to see again. Oh hey, they're alive, and now they can die horribly, because that seems to be a thing that happens to everyone around us.
도박장죄로 의뢰를 냈다 싶더니 이렇게나 밑장 빼는 놈들이 한가득일 줄이야.
A guide.
한 달은 의뢰 없이 놀아도 되겠는데요?
Saw. Oh, I'm Pilot. What's wrong? Looks like you've seen a ghost. Pilot, didn't you tell me you shared my news with them last time? Oh, I did. I sure did, man. Oh, yeah, I did. The sinners each recovered from the initial shock of seeing them again. Soon their faces began to bloom with relieved smiles. It's good to see things haven't changed much around here. Odd, we're glad to see you're okay. Tick-tock to you, too. Good to see your gears are turning just fine. She smiled with a familiar grin. She did not seem to have changed much since the last time, save for a few minor differences. Hopefully she's recovered from her injuries. Her outfit and badge, for example. Last I recall, you're promoted, yes? Allow me to congratulate you. Yeah. Or the hints of melancholy hanging from her smile and flicking in her eyes. Hey, I'm merely congratulating her on her promotion, offering recognition of her excellent accomplishments. I don't see the problem. We all know what the meaning of the promotion carries. Indeed, it's profound. After all, meaning there's a promotion attained without spilling some blood. You're a real piece of work. Let me ask you something then. If everyone behaves like you do around her, tiptoeing around the facts, keeping it hush-hush, where's she gonna get the bare minimum of recognition for the consolation she deserves? Hush-hush would have been nice. I've even overheard some of them whisper that I let my partner die, just so I could snag the promotion. So in that regard, I do appreciate that, Otis. If we're being technical, I did die, except my brain was intact. Not even K-Corp's regenerative ampules could have revived me if I wasn't. Wait, then did Effie also... Apparently, they went right for Effie's head when they stabbed him with a prosthetic. According to the coroner's autopsy. K-Corp ampules, life insurance, neither of them can revive someone with a damaged brain. It is what it is. Anyways, let's not dwell on the depressing stuff. Well, we're here for work. Let's get some work done. Let's talk about work. Okay, Pilot? Yes, ma'am. Coincidentally, I happen to make friends with this feller here who has ties to the Gia family. I brought him over. Hey, is that everything? Yes, sir. Briefing over. Just as everyone was reeling in stunned silence at the least informative, least helpful briefing we've ever had the displeasure of sitting through, Ishmael was the first to catch herself. She looked up at Sod. So, can we rely on you for some elaboration here? Briefing is a good demonstration of the necessity of educating the 5 W's and 1 H principle. Looks like we've got a lot to discuss once we get back, pilot. Did I do something wrong? Pilot buddy, just stop. You're digging yourself a deep hole with every word. Gregor quickly leaned to warn him, but it was too late. A notable crease had already formed between Sod's brows. Prior to commencing this high-priority operation, it was necessary to find individuals with connections to H-Corp. So we, as the preliminary observation unit, were put to the task. We managed to establish a connection with an individual. Who is someone from my family? No, we tried, but your family proved to be a rather difficult nut to crack. However, as we were wasting our precious time with all of our leads, Pilot pursued an unconventional method to establish this connection in the first place. I really didn't hold back compliments then, and this is how you... Anyway, our collaborator is a former employee of the Zhao family. After leaving the family, he now runs a lodging business. And it's highly likely he's far removed from the family politics, less motivation to attack us due to conflicting interests. Yes, and according to Pilot's report, he still regards the family positively. How can I not, considering the blessings they've given me? An unfamiliar voice is butted in the conversation, as though to continue Saul's explanation. I humbly present myself before the fellowship of young Master Bao. Bao, please call me King. Greeted us in the most polite fashion before bringing his hands together in odd motion. Oh, is this how they greet each other here? Yep, it's called the Boquan gesture. Bringing fist and palm together to express respect and peace towards receiver. Knights greet one another by shaking hands with self-same purpose. Forsooth, thou art one indeed, possessed of chivalrous spirit. Indeed. Much did I worry about the qualities of the people young master has surrounded himself with, but I see he's in company of those wise in the ways of the West. I prostrate myself before the vast breadth of your knowledge. What grand generosity has been to open ajar the waterways of wisdom to quench my barren lands. Something feels familiar about this. She's been getting less and less verbose and bootlicking these days. Not like this guy for sure. That's true. He's kind of like, how should I put this a bit much? What are you guys talking about? Communicating only by the ticking sound of the clock. This is something I'd already known ahead of time, and yet, what a most curious exchange to behold in person. Brief this journey may be, I shall find myself thoroughly entertained in its entirety. Maybe it's a subtle sprinkle of disrespect that you have the usual flavor. Wait, is this about me? You dare? What's all this bootlicking she was supposed to be a source? Was all that bootlicking she did supposed to be a source of pride for her or something? Oda shook her head with clear distaste and strode towards me. We're nothing alike, executive manager. Never have I once at empty flattery, filled with nothing but hot air and superlatives. I'll leave the guidance of these backstreets to him. Well, it looks like this is where She fell silent, eyes lingering on Virgilus, who stood somewhat apart from the rest of us. So I finally meet the red gaze in the flesh. I've been looking forward to this day for a very long time. Effie would have loved to be here. Manager? Virgilus seemed to sense her lingering gaze and walked toward us after nodding slightly in her direction. Manager Sod. Let's not make this moment any longer than it has to be. I am not happy to be helping you with your business. I'd much rather put this behind me as soon as possible. Oh please, it's our historic first collaborative operation, is it not? Can't you spare a little more time? Guide Bud's actually doing something, that guy. Yes, unfortunately, LCC has her own business to take care of today, so we won't be accompanying the LCB this time, and the Red Gaze will be helping us out to get it done. Taking Mephi there, vroom vroom. Maybe it's not that unfortunate now that I think about it. I feel like every mission the LCB has been an uphill battle to get anything done. Well, you see, back then just messing with you. I'm sure we have another chance to work together again. Boss, we don't got much time. Wait, before you go, I think you owe us one explanation. Some explanations, Virgilus. I'll leave the details to Miss Faust, because I'm quite busy. Very well. Virgilus turned around and left towards Mephistopheles with an oddly disgruntled expression. Well then, I'll see you around. Next time I'll show y'all. I'll show you I can carry my own weight. You know, oh boy, last time we met I was so darn pathetic. Pilot. Competence is thrown into actions, not work. So the two gave us a light nod before following Virgilus. Some sinners opened their mouths to speak, hesitated, and closed them again. We let them go without a word. Perhaps we didn't know what we could say to not make this a very awkward farewell. Very well, please, this way. Or maybe we're simply mindful of this guy who is responsible for the quality of our stay. Now, we want to be careful about leaking too much to someone who's not part of this company, or ambush, of course.
만곡된 직선을 직선으로
Feels nice being
질주하겠소.
confident enough to do this without any. Well, then I guess I have been borrowing for the events for quite a while. Deep resentment ought to be washed away. For when the far one comes betwixt the burnt doors, shall a star fall astray. Are you sure we're going the right way? I don't like the sounds of these weird songs. Main streets are most likely teeming with those seeking to bring harm to the young master. We must venture through an alternate path. And like you said, there weren't any skirmishes once we made it deeper the alleyways. The lack of foot traffic would make it pretty unsettling, but I guess that's what we needed at this point. As for the song, it's a song that's popular in recent months in the back streets. The lyrics are kind of ominous. It's a song that spread through word of mouth, singing of how the annihilated Kong family. Oh, this is not the place to discuss such matters. I'll share the tale at a more appropriate setting later, should we come across it. Didn't know there was a song like that. Is this the first time you've heard it too, Honglu? He's got a posh gift from posh family. I doubt he's ever put his precious feet in the back streets, so it's no wonder he never heard anything like it. I have been to the back streets before, but Heathcliff isn't wrong, no. I did spend most of my time in my room. That's precisely because you are the most treasured one of all, young master. Much like how the jade of the greatest worth is to be cherished, prized, and hidden in the deepest depths of one coffers where none must reach. To a lesser degree, particularly as of late. So that guy used to work for the family, huh? Do you know him, Honglu? Master, is there something on my face? Ah. He stopped himself as though a thought flashed in his head, glanced quietly in my direction. Then, it's nothing. Shall we continue down the road? Indeed, humble as it may be, I'm well versed in roads of this area. Honglu shook his head to me as he casually changed the subject. It's as though he was trying to hide something we knew about. Hide something we knew from. Hide something we already know from him. Should we be suspicious of something? He's a collaborator, but only a temporary one. A degree of caution would be okay, yeah. Okay, glad I'm on the same wavelength as Faust here. Given Pilot's clear appearance and naivete, we do well to remain suspicious of this character. Faust and Otis approached me as Honglu was nodding along and chatting amicably with our guide. We look back on our journey so far, I think we learned our lesson about blindly trusting every collaborator we come across. With this growing mistrust in mind, I slowly made my distance from the guide before asking Faust a burning question. So what was that about Virgilus? Something about him going off to help us out? Consequences of his actions at Wuthering Heights. Oh. His actions were a violation of one of the more important items of his contract. He's simply taking responsibility for a breach of contract. I think back at the incident in the manor. Feels like such a long time, no. Well, it's kind of a bummer. He really didn't help us out of a pickle. What? That's what we're dragging him away for? Is there a problem, I would guess? Ah, it's nothing at all. No problem. Right, Ryoshi? Shut up, idiot. So, can you carry Heathcliff for a bit? He's dead tired. It will be done. Heathcliff, punched in the gut by the hilt of Ryoshi's sword, fell forward right into Merceau's welcoming shoulder. But you know the kind of person I hate the most? The kind of dull people who can't read the room. Don't you feel the same way, Dante? Yeah. I nod enthusiastically as though something seemed to imply she wasn't asking me a question. I don't think she was about to punch my lights out or anything, but Raji and Ryoshu judged correctly. Classified company information must not be discussed in the presence of an outsider. Reminds me of the time he got knocked out cold because he kept asking questions without raising his hand. This guy just doesn't learn, does he? He successfully preserved the secrecy of classified information without spilling blood. I applaud this policy. I did good, didn't I? I'm just not a fan of how they're treating Heathcliff like dirt now, though. If it's no problemo, as you say, then well indeed. Yet I worry that the problem has found us anyway. I stop and look around, realizing we're now surrounded by a group of people with weapons. What happened to finding the safer path? Likely my guidance has indeed given us a safer path away from the more obvious skirmishes. However, to my great regret, it appears the more observant of our enemies have indeed tracked us here. Damn it, what are you even here for? Isn't your job to prevent this scenario? Let's leave the finger pointing for later. We gotta take them all down. They must not be allowed to disseminate our current location. Exactly. Where are you slinking off to, mister? I must regrettably and humbly say my talents at war are terribly lacking, so I intend to become scarce at the moment. Yet I have the utmost faith in the strength of our young master and the honored guests in overcoming this adversity. So, he's already standing far away from the front lines. He is practically hiding behind me. Faust, anything you can tell us about these enemies? No, but a consultation with the Kashel chef seems unnecessary for to determine whether negotiating with them is an option. They're coming. Or so, wake Heathcliff up and set him down. It will be done. Yeah, we're gonna need him to fight. Sharp-looking stranger. Tough-looking stranger. Something tells me these mysterious strangers are not here to be helpful.
지키기 위해서.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Something seemed to change with the sun.
3월 엠하
優れた式ですね
차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
즉시 제거하시죠.
敵は深手を負っています
이쪽으로.
Focus on opposing.
즉시 제거하시죠.
このまま行けば敵を食い止められます
우리는
I do like the battle music.
일기당천. 물 넘고 꺾이고 제철. 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아.
지키기 위해서.
나가리판이네. 다음 3월
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
모두 누군가에겐 아껴졌겠지만
敵は深手を負っています
일기당천.
They give
좋아 코이코이
말은 열어젖히고.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
as long as nobody lives to tell the tale, they'll never be able to tell anyone where we were. Hostiles, they made it to 70, but didn't eliminate it. Our collaborator, who'd been hiding far from the battle, ran up as soon as the fight ended. Are you unhurt, young master? Oh, yep, I'm totally fine. Of course, our honored guest martial arts skills are all exceptionally brilliant, but young master, your light was the brightest even among the contestants. This humble servant could not hold back his tears at the wonderful sight. Why do you look menacing when you try to give compliments? Witness none of the master himself would not expect to surprise. But don't children in your family undergo all kinds of strict training regimens from childhood? It was simply my assumption the young master had ceased his trainings once he departed the family. I guess that does make sense. Anyways, how do you think they tracked us down? About that, it appears we weren't exactly tracked down. Perhaps it may be that the Okuluk in these parts recognized the young master's venerable custom. I don't think my face is that well known. The family hierarchy evaluations are nigh. Every single soul in Hongyon must know the face of the young master who's loved by every elder of the family. Must be while they're under the assumption you're carrying something of great value. The hierarchy, huh? Didn't Zishun say the same thing about heirs back then? They all assumed wrong. I didn't bring anything precious that the elders might be looking for. Young master even now? I just couldn't care less about it, that's all. Besides, many of my siblings are much better fit to be the family hierarch than I am. Well, that is indeed a relief. A relief, is it? But of course, it's a highly dangerous endeavor to partake in the evaluations, so it's a great relief to know young master's not putting himself in unnecessary danger. Why does it feel like he's hiding something? And remember, Pilot was the one who recruited him. Yeah, I don't trust this guy at all. And I mean even beyond just the, well, we've been betrayed by a lot of our collaborators so far. No, no, no. This guy is just giving me really bad vibes all over. Guess that could be a relief of sorts. Now that we took them all down, there shouldn't be any more on the way, right? Ray, can we not jinx ourselves for 1 second? Why are you laughing, Ryoshi? Now I'm worried. Please don't concern yourselves any further. We'll take a more clandestine path. I guarantee safe and easy passage to our destination. I still have a hard time buying that. The lay of this place would constitute a perfect place to set up an ambush, yet you claim this is a safer path? Yet I must ask you to place your faith in this humble servant, for Hongyeon is not like most places. Fine. For now. Otis shut her eyes for a moment out of her torts and turned away. Hey Ishmael, you must have read the pamphlet of this place handy, don't you? No way, you're actually gonna read it? That's what I ask. No, I mean, how could I not be caught off guard after almost a whole year getting brushed off by everyone whenever I plead with them to read the damn pamphlets? I don't think to. I'll find my own intel if you're gonna ramble on about your grievances. Okay, fine, here it is. Otis opened the pamphlet and began glaring at the text, although she didn't want to miss though she didn't want to miss a single little detail of information in there. Suspicion clear on her knitted brows. Yeah, I think Otis is having the same thoughts that I am. There's no possible way that he's not hiding something very nefarious, especially, you know,
이렇게나 밑장 빼는 놈들이
with this
한가득일 줄이야.
strangely.
한 달은 의뢰 없이 놀아도 되겠는데요? 자,
Well, there's a lot of reasons. I don't need to go
돌아갑니다.
especially anything. We were on a desperate run, all the while fighting up hordes upon hordes of enemies. Oh, a weapon to safety is passage. Explain the shite. It appears the young master's radiant countenance was made known. Oh, we're finding more clandestine passage. How come we're getting jumped by even more enemies? As I said, the young masters. At least try to give a little variation to your excuses. Cannot so easily say he's being untruthful given the disjointed allegiance of the enemies attacking us. Otis played with a pamphlet in her hand, clearly frustrated with being unable to establish anything concrete. People without a clear allegiance to attack a member of the family. Looks like everyone in the back streets has been getting pretty plucky while I was away. Back then, I couldn't even catch a glimpse of their faces. They all be on their hands and knees whenever we walk past. Ah, what a wonderful change. Boy, shove that wonderful change up your ass, you bloody loon. How much longer till we get there? My Kazan is near. Calm your worries. Our guide seems oddly calmer than we did at the beginning of the journey. Did he really get numbed to all the violence so fast? Or, speaking of what's a Kazan? The term commonly used to refer to taverns, inns, or equivalent places of lodging within this region. Lodging, huh? Like a hotel? It's gotta be pretty fancy then, huh? Do they serve like complimentary snacks and drinks like the warp train? Not sure about that, but it seems like Kazans also serve alcohol and food alongside their lodging services. Maybe we can get a meal in there. Oh, phew. Won't be attacked. Hopefully it won't be attacked there like this. Residential non-aggression taboo. Any mutual acts of violence inside a residential building is within this particular area and floor of Hongyeon a taboo. Taboo. We may rest easy then. I saw Faust's eyebrows slightly twitch, as though she had just heard the most ridiculous thing, but I guess I'll ask her about it later. So it's not a taboo, then. Or perhaps it's a blatant lie, or something? Yeah, if he is lying, though, yeah, most of us wouldn't know, but... Yeah, let's put a pin in that. You, man, for some kind of family hierarchy or family head selection contest, couldn't they have saved us fighting until then? Because then it'd be too late. What do you mean, late how? Every hierarch candidate must have brought incredibly precious treasures with them. It'd be nice if they believed their own treasure was the most precious of them all, but everyone's going to take each other's just to be sure, I see. Just in case someone else brought something even better than their own. And might as well kill them too, I mean, for the sake of convenience. Is that how the folks in your family think? What kind of line of thinking is that? But other families don't seem too different from mine. Man. Deepest apologies for intruding upon the most enthralling conversation. Yeah, royal families wanting a better inheritance and resorting to murder is kind of common among the wealthy elite. There's definitely some perks to not being wealthy, I suppose. We may be inviting further trouble by dallying here. With that, the guide pulled out to watch and check on time. It'll be nighttime soon. Dark-looking stranger and tough-looking stranger. Now let's put Rhodia in negative mode so she can expedite this a little faster with her high attack damage.
자, 이쪽에 잘 생각해보라고.
So yeah, Yeah, odds are it's not just one group of tasks for us. It's all kinds of different ones. I think Hong Lu being away for so long could have given him an edge they want to get rid of. However, we do have to keep in mind that we still have to be wary of our little guy here. Because while I'm probably intended to think, well, he's probably innocent if he, now that he knows that Hong Lu has no care to join in the activities, and therefore he can call off the goons if he was responsible for them. That might not be the reason he wants Hong Lu dead.
물론고 꺾고 제철
Only 3 hits needed for that.
누군가에겐 아껴줬겠지만
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Did they really survive that? Yes, they did. 11 HP.
자,
Well, whatever.
바람 들어오는데
잘 생각해보라고
Time to
빨리 봐라.
obliterate. 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 Now, here we are. Is this the place? After running through alleyway after alleyway, turned the corner, we finally came across the site of several buildings tightly built next to one another. At the center was one with a brightly lit building lit with red lamps, adorned with a door plate, complicated-looking letters scribbled over it. This is shoddier than I expected. Hey, isn't the place too trashy to house your precious young master? That is not our building. Please look this way to see where our guests will be staying for the night. I knew it. I heard so much about Hong Lu, all the splendor. Huh? We followed the finger and arrived at a small warehouse, its exterior painted black. That looks smaller than even the Mephistopheles. I suppose incognito would be the way to go about it at this point. Can we all even fit in there? Hey, that place is trashy even for us. Let alone your master. This is the nearest Kazan we could afford to stay in, at least among the ones I manage. Yet its location, the back streets, heavily limits what any level of decency it can afford. My deepest and sincerest apologies, young master. Don't worry, we can't always sleep in decent places. It just looks just fine for an overnight stay to me. How do you know? Can that thing even fit all of us in there? Much did I wish to guide the honored guests to a family mansion in the central zone. However, the time... Ooh, the sweeping wave. Doesn't that start at 3:13 in the morning? I feel like we got plenty of time to get there. Oh, exactly. Don't we have more than enough time to get to the family mansion? According to the H-Corp travel guide, the central area is only an hour away. Has the honored guests traveled to District 8 before? Well, no, this is my first time here, but then one must ask how the honored guest would claim to have full understanding of a place merely by flipping through a book that she hasn't had to contend with in person. Innumerable, unpredictable changes await in this teeming jungle of buildings. The ever-shifting structures, constantly changing paths, ambushes from foolish yet vicious syndicates, or even offices of back streets. Oh, we beset by danger from all sides. Such a bold, flippant approach to predicting the phenomenon of this place is to court death. Even a toddler must know that. One fails to disguise his utter sorrow at inadequacy of her wisdom. Is it just me, or are we all thinking back to Ishmael back at the Great Lake? Dante. But if the guidebook lists a path, does it not imply it's technically possible to reach there in time? Otis suddenly took a step forward. In her hands with the H-Corp travel pack that Ishmael was talking about. I have every faith that if our executive manager led us in your direction challenge instead, they would instead lead us to our destination before night falls. Me? This does not appear to have been discussed beforehand. Very well, allow me to speak freely and without frills then. My responsibility is to bring honored guests to the central zone and ensure the young master's safety. It's technically possible to reach the family mansion before nightfall and the back streets commences. Technically. Yet, not even one iota of danger of the young master be permitted. The mission has been so graciously bestowed upon this humble servant to not guide the young master with haste, but to guide him with utmost safety. Ooh. It's been said that engaging in strategies and plans must remain wary of losing sight of their purpose, to stubbornly forge on towards a family manor in lieu of necessary intel to see when these mobs of assailants to end is to wrongly prioritize the journey over the destination. Oh, you wonderful, truly impressive. You have the qualities of someone I would trust in my life with the devising a stratagem. This is the most befitting attitude for one who's genuinely wished the best for whom they serve. Well, you're just gonna start siding with him, going along with him all of a sudden. I have misunderstood your intentions, truly. They sparked my ire by comparing some of your choice words to my own. Oh, I see. Yet now my eyes have been opened to the honest loyalty that lies within your heart. Yeah, I've still not forgotten the beginning of the story where it warned not to trust Otis under any circumstances. Yeah. Granted, I don't think she's lying with their brown-nosing just to get our trust, but at the same time, it could still be tied to her sin that got her here in the first place. This humble servant did not imagine his wildest dreams there'd be someone who understands and fathoms his loyalty. It seems the young master has certainly gained an eye for allies and fellowships. It's cause for much relief in my heart. Listen to him, this one knows how to jest. Basically best buds now, huh? I may have lost my cool for a moment. Anyway, this man speaks true. It's highly likely we'd be exposed to attacks of a similar nature were we to continue within that time. She's just fully on his side now, isn't she? That's when I realized she was looking in my direction. The exaggerated smile but completely vanished, replaced with an odd but dead serious. When our gaze locked, she must be completely turned around by that guy. Is this a new way of saying so long I'm gonna quit and go work for the guy now? As for this hotel, it's still much better than sleeping outdoor tent barracks. We should be able to relieve ourselves of some fatigue before moving on. Did you not earlier insist continuing our search for better accommodation with the greatest vehemence, Miss Otis? Yeah, whatever, we got your point. Let's just go inside. You, my humblest self, can only behold your generous acceptance of this insufficient lodging with deepest gratitude. After all the serious talk, he seemed oddly relieved to hear our decision, and he brought his fist and palm together. Architecture of today mustn't be judged with such haste merely by an observation of the exterior. The interior may hold ought to be surprised of, worry not. Rhodians surrendered, but wouldn't that be nice? We went to the building. Oh, this ain't so bad, actually. It's quite clean in here. This place presents a rather classical aesthetic. The landscape paintings on the walls give up a rather sophisticated mood. And it's much more spacious inside than it looks on the outside. So it was a TARDIS the whole time. I guess the vaguely delicacy meme I made earlier was appropriate. And they use some kind of space expansion technology here as well. No, it seems the building only appeared small due to the density of the structures and proximity. Yeah, if a smaller building is in between two larger ones, the smaller one will appear much smaller than it actually is, even if it's actually quite large still. Well, the door is now open. Shall my presence be required? I'll be in the small shed next to the building. Please do converse freely. He smiled awkwardly and excused himself as the excitement among the sinners began to grow. Meanwhile, Hung Lu stood a fair distance from the guide, quietly watching his face as he left. His expression was enigmatic, as though he were gazing upon the clouds, flowers of the wind. Yet there was no light in those eyes, as if they were to behold a storm cloud, a desolate field of wilted flowers, howling a destructive gale. Do you suspect something, Hung Lu? So I decided to just ask him. Not yet, I don't think. Not yet. Oh, big brother, something fell off of you too? That's when we caught a familiar voice. Wow, Zishun, it's you, and so soon as well. Yeah, I told you I had a feeling we'd be seeing each other again very soon. Have you been well, young master? I'm so glad to see you're doing well, Master Wei. Oh, don't tell me you're staying here too, Zishun? I normally wouldn't set foot in a place like this, but I ran some large-scale construction on my way back to the family mansion. Had to come in through the back streets. So we weren't the only ones troubled by the random construction site. Oh, hail to thee! Gah! Confident look on her immediately was replaced by that of alarm. Did she lose her memories again? Is she with you? Oh, no. Don Quixote's quite the same as always. Oh, but she looks like such an airhead. Young Zishun, well, thou accompany me but to lounge but a moment so that we may share a moment of catching up. Oh, yeah, actually, let's do that. Hold on. She seemed to hesitate for a moment, staring at Dawn after hearing her memories were intact, before walking right up to her. I like that idea, shall we? Wait, why don't you go find a room for me to stay in while I talk things out with her? Want to do some catching up, right? Tis Madra Esquire. Loss of critical personnel may be cause for disciplinary action, Dante. I don't think there's anything wrong with making friends, though. It looks like Zishun really likes Dawn if she's comfortable enough to tease her like that. It's not Don Quixote she likes. It's obviously just wants the Don Quixote's power she saw back then. My lady, this is hardly the appropriate place. Are fine. I'll try again later. Get some sleep. I'm heading into the Shun's side with a bit of disappointment before heading to the lobby. Well, let's all head inside now. So I and the rest of the sinners followed her to the lodgings.
예전보다 많이 나아진 것 같다. 나도. 그러고 보니까 그 환상체 이제 가호를 내려준 아이가 없어졌지? 다시 관리를 맡겨주실까?
Everyone was busy looking around and commenting on various things in their lodging, but Sinclair appeared to be the most anxious of all. Sinclair? Something here stands out. Imagine not an ideal picture. I missed the joke. It's not. That's not what. I'm not. Anyways, am I the only one who feels like something stands out like a sore thumb from the whole picture? Ooh, yeah. I'm glad you brought it up. I didn't say anything because I thought it was just me. Raja. Raja? But what's off about this place? I mean, isn't it obvious? Where all the complimentary snacks go? What's this weird mystery table in the center of the room? That is kind of weird, though. What's a table doing there? Its saturated colors are quite the pleasant sight to behold. Was there any better Wait, what the hell's this hideous table? Your fluffle sparked by an unsightly piece of indoor furniture calmed the somewhat once everyone made it inside the building. Of course, not everyone was able to discern the real purpose of the table yet. Her stepping on the floor leaves a black residue on the shoes. Not only the floor, touching the wall leaves an unidentified black substance on one's fingers. Not to mention the walls ripple in an odd fashion. What could oddly be the construction of this structure? Well, my guess is the maintenance staff's been slacking. Maybe. Why is everything so neatly organized if that's the case? I've already been through enough seedy establishments to tell when a place has gone a while without a tidy up. And it appears that each room is furnished with a bed. While this is far from optimal, Executive Manager, we may be able to rest here. I guess they really didn't have time to clean up. Dishun, the last person to walk in after taking her time to examine the air outside, stared blankly. Not even sure what to say, this ridiculous negligence. Then found her room after that scathing remark. It ain't the first time sauntering. Some shady business, isn't it? Let's just cross that bridge when we come to it. Yeah, I guess. Anyone could tell there was something definitely wrong about that guy. Some of the sinners, including Heathcliff, had already slumped to the floor, expressing their desire to rest with a collective sigh of exhaustion. It is pretty weird, but at least we have a roof over our heads. In that case, Dante, perhaps this may be a good time to announce today's close of business. Alright, I never made this announcement outside the bus before. Hereby confirm today's close of business for the sinners. Understood. Thank you kindly. Starting now, you've all been given a maximum of 12 hours to partake in sleep and rest. The duration is subject to change. Have a good night. As soon as she finished, each sinner began to relax in their own ways. Some stumbling to rooms, while others lingered to speculate over the bizarre table in the center of the room. Save for Otis. Got something to say, Otis? Yes, Executive Manager. About our guide. Oh, your newfound best friend? Looks like you guys are getting along pretty well. What? That's simply untrue. Did you not see the signal? Oh, you mean when you nod in my direction? Indeed, the individual has an informational advantages over us when it comes to this locale. Regardless of how sound the accusations we came up with were here, he would have been able to explain them away using his familiarity with the region. I thought, as party with the informational disadvantage, we should feign camaraderie and friendship to go along with our plans while digging out as much intel. I thought that suspicious guy totally won you over. Executive Manager, I've been in this business for many years. How could you imagine I'd be fooled by an amateur spy who's so overly suspicious? What's nothing. Her disappointment was palpable, but she stopped herself when she remembered there were even more important matters at hand. Look, while it's uncertain how long the individual will be accompanying us, it would be reasonable to speculate he approached LCCB with the explicit purpose of eliminating Hong Lu, Jia Baiyu. I present the fact that there was pilot, inexperienced greenhorn, who somehow conveniently came across this connection as evidence supporting the suspicion. That is also true, yeah. Faust also has information to share. She joined the conversation after listening to us for some time. In her view, every known taboo has failed to identify one he called residential non-aggression taboo that universally prohibits acts of violence within these residential areas. Then, that also has to be, it's too early to come to conclusions in the matter. It appears that this area, Hongyan, has taboos that change depending on your location within its territory. However, considering every other circumstantial evidence, we came to a conclusion he's most likely lying to us. Your assessment cannot be denied. In that case, we must already be deep within the enemy's machinations. A constant stream of random assailants we faced is also likely part of their plan. It may very well be the building itself may be a trap, yet we lack the intelligence about this particular back streets to be certain. However, we do have one minor advantage. It seems that although they have severely underestimated our capabilities, given the low caliber of assailants they decided to send against us. Yeah, that seems about normal for people who fight the sinners. I mean, don't get me wrong, we do have pretty much immortality as our main ace in the hole, but that doesn't change that our combat is still there. I mean, we have still managed. The only ones we managed to lose to specifically are ones we clearly, I don't know. All of them, I don't know. I guess I'm getting tired. I guess this is a sign that I shouldn't go too late. If we can finish this Intervallo tonight, though, that'd be wonderful. Okay, I get it now. I'm sorry about the misunderstanding. Honestly, I don't know who or what to trust. I'd appreciate it if you could trust me fully next time. She bowed politely and returned to her room. Faust and I chatted a little more about him and his about our guidance plans, but the discussion ended without bearing much fruit. At the very least, just confirming that we shouldn't trust him is some level of progress. Witnessing. I realized that Hong missing as I was spending time with the sinners. I didn't notice him going to his room, so I walked the exit, looking from outside, ran to Jishun and Wei, who decided to stay in the room close to the door. It's getting late. Where are you going alone without a guard? I was looking for Hong Lu. Right, I can't understand what you're saying. Oh, right. When it comes to conversing without the sinners, I find there are two types of people. The first type usually just says whatever's on their mind without pausing or considering my reply. Given this type of person isn't actually looking to communicate with me, that simplifies things a little on my end. However, it's oddly insulting, since it seems as though they aren't really recognizing me as a person, but a wall, or rather a clock on a wall. The other type is the one that reads me so well, they might as well be able to hear what I'm saying. Virgilus falls in the latter category. He recognizes the pitch, reads my body language, or sometimes even claims to see my expressions, like how Don Quixote does. And Zishun, who saw through me with that short exchange. Let's see, just looking to get some more? No, prosthetic head even have respiratory function. Wouldn't have guessed by the way it looks. Did not belong in either category. Not really, I'm just looking for Hong Lu because I haven't seen him in a while. Shaking your head, are you looking for something to eat? She's a new one, that type that figures things out tries to figure it out without asking for help. My lady, would it not be wise to wake or find someone who may be able to translate? They would have done that himself if it was something important. I'm kind of curious though. My hand gesture we made when you first asked. You brought your index fingers to your cheeks? Well, Hong Lu is always smiling. Thought maybe I could stimulate a smile. Perhaps cuteness or beauty? What? Oh, I was trying to... No. Oh, this is going to be easy, is it? Tick-tocking vigorously. I think you're on something. This conversation was starting to veer in unexpected territory. A bit of trial and error. I see. Ah, okay, I see. You're looking for my big brother, huh? We took some very roundabout ways, but I was eventually able to get her to understand what I was trying to say. If he's who you're looking for, that's easy. You should find him by going to the lounge back there. I doubt he's very far, if even left. That's what you're trying to sort of communicate? I was strangely enough disappointed and dispirited by my reply. I did have something to tell you, but never mind. I feel like the mood's been ruined. Let's talk about this another time. I was curious, but it would take ages for me to ask how she's feeling, so I nodded to express my gratitude, heading back to the entrance. I think finding Hong Lu might be a bit more important right now, since he's going to be key to this whole thing. As I mentioned, when I first joined the game, this Canto had just recently come out, and therefore... I know it's the Hong Lu one, since it advertised itself as the Hong Lu one. What are you doing here? People watching. There were some people stumbling through the streets outside. I stared out the window of the scene. Hong Lu seemed to sense what I was thinking began. Are you worried for me, Dante? Well, yeah. It's your turn, Hong Lu. It really is. I'm back at H-Corp, and everyone's talking about the family hierarch selection. But you don't have to worry about me at all, because I did not wish anything from Limbus Company. Really? I'm not like a song. I did not hiding my true feelings here. No one gave me a wonderful promise they'd help me recover my torn or broken wings. I joined to have a new experience, that's all. But we do know that something's definitely going to happen, whatever it may be. Something that could shake you. If you don't wish for anything, going to do something like that could... Probably, yeah, but it's okay. I'm used to being led by the wills of others anyway. No matter what happens here, I can't do this like everyone else. Because that's how it's always been. Whatever happens to me or those around me... A loud, boisterous bellow suddenly cut Hong Lu off before he finished. Let go of me! Listen to the sod and tell me I'm not supposed to get mad at that. What are you guys doing back there? Gregor and Heathcliff were most likely hiding behind the entrance door to the view. I knew I shouldn't have come along with this guy. Could you be patient for even a few minutes before bursting out of there? How long have you two been there? Listening from the very start, Gors. I thought it would finally making some sense at first. What's that? They're used to following others' will? I didn't mean to irk you, Heathcliff. I'm afraid I'm only telling you the truth. Bloody hell, I'm about to burst a vessel, buggy bloke. Boy, buggy bloke, am I supposed to practice patience after listening to that drivel? I think I'm practicing plenty of patience despite you calling me buggy bloke out of nowhere, so yes, you are. Oh, that's not what I... Finally, some silence. Anyways, I'm sorry for listening in, fellas. I'll let you in on some big secret if you let this one slide, though. And what's that? He rubbed his arm awkwardly as I stared at him in silence and pointed at a pillar in an exaggerated motion. Guess who's hiding behind that pillar, man, bud? Too familiar even to be. How could you betray us like that, Gregor? Bad, weak, and highly annoying. Good night, snooze fests. Did I get that one wrong? I never said Janice. When did you get an F? When did you get an FU? Look at Sinclair, some interest about swiping the scene while the entrance with that went noise from the wall, ink-like substance drop, followed by Roja and Otis. GTFO. I didn't realize I'd garnered such an audience for my story. I can imagine, the sole reason I followed you here was the purpose of protection, as I was concerned for your safety. I'm not like the others who followed you merely to sate their curiosities. Oh, me? I was just bored. Shall we consider the conversation then, Dante? Everyone back to your rooms now. The Heisho pack. Let's please not have to fight Heisho Faust. I've seen how blatantly overpowered she is. I'd hate to have to fight her there. Insufficient energy? Well, this is what I saved these boxes for. Oh my. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to borrow Merceau here. Alright. Blood Fiend Merceau is not gonna work here, so yeah, we'll take... Yeah, we'll take the Thumb East. Yeah, this should be a good party, enough party. It's not what I'd call synergistic, but we do have a decent amount of tremor at least, especially since I believe the Thumb Merceau does also have tremor. After that little kerfluffle, just as everyone was scattering their rooms, Otis suddenly began to vehemently oppose leaving me on my own. Are you absolutely certain, Executive Manager? Seriously, don't worry about it. I usually took the night watch on the bus anyway. That is true, however, we're currently in uncharted territory. We don't have much experience sleeping. A place that isn't, where our safety isn't guaranteed. Oh, we're literally next door. That takes less than 5 seconds for us to come over if something happens. Do you not know that every second matters in an emergency? Now, but push to come. Let's get you out of here. An oddly familiar sequence of events and words played out. They eventually left the room, gently closing their door behind them. Finally, some peace and quiet. I sit on the corner of the bed, surrounded by silence, and allow my shoulders to slump for once. I don't need to sleep like the sinners do, but my fatigue doesn't go away on its own. I need some time to relax and empty my thoughts once in a while. While I've gotten somewhat used to the pain, it still hurts like hell when I rewind the sinner's time. And the longer this journey gets, the more frequent and severe their injuries become. They did get stronger, that's for sure, but so have our enemies, which means that my clock is always turning and turning without a moment's rest. So I think of that star, or the great gates I face with every revival. I witness its intricate engravings and silent vibrations. Even after a whole year, I'm still no closer to understanding what they were supposed to represent. But emptying my thoughts and just taking the sights, I find myself calming down. The wind is quite cool and crisp tonight. Wait, that's weird. What's the sudden chill? Something opened my window, but there's no way a gentle breeze could have latched and left my window open like that. If it did, it would have made a loud noise. Chill isn't coming from in front of me. I slowly turn around, the window is supposed to be. I see a melted wall and intruders sinking through the newfound opening. Who are you? As though by some survival instinct, I rolled off the bed, but there was already a blade where my neck and head met. It's still as shearing cold. Just a little nudge, and I'd be dead before I could even make a tick. I remembered how worried Otis was leaving me alone. I thought she was being paranoid. I should have trusted her judgment. Just as I was getting ready for my final struggle, my final moments filled with regret about not listening to Otis. What a pathetically thin blade. Too delicate to even clock CIA, I think. Ryoshu leaped down from the ceiling and deflected the dagger from me. Ryoshu, snuck in thinking I might be able to see something interesting, but you're just some beast with steel. I looked up to see the ceiling torn open, dripping with paint-like liquid as I saw earlier during my conversation with Hong Lu. Executive Manager, you're unharmed. And Otis peeking out from the gap. Otis, who instructed Ryoshu the ceiling had a room to hide in. Remember that. Shut up and help me. Oh, I thought this was some beast of steel. I could have cut this beast in half, sword and all, had I not been on the bus. All of your abilities were diminished the moment you were hired by this company, equally defanged and depowered, if you will. I suddenly recalled Hohenheim's commentary back at the LCE. I had a vague notion of what it meant, but now I'm really feeling it. An FW, what's happening? Just as Ryoshu was struggling to stop the blade, the intruder pulled out another dagger and slashed Ryoshu. A beast of the Heisho pack. The intruder would have cut through her throat if Wei had not burst through my door. Who wields you now? I don't suppose dialogue's an option. Light enters not of Asgard, and yet a fall. Star falls, the fathom still. Ah, no! The intruder reaching his clothes, muttering an odd invocation. They'll shed a talisman. Wait, get it together! My lady. As the intruder began muttering to grow incensed, Zishun left my room and struck the stranger with her fan. Were you gonna let that bastard finish that stupid spell? They almost activated Q-Corp talisman. Apologies, my lady. Seems I still remain somewhat bound by that spell. Listen, you're no longer a Heisho. You serve me now, you understand? You don't have to let those things control you anymore. Yes, my lady, my apologies. I failed to imply with a sudden alleviation. Filled the bed with sudden alleviation of stress and pressure. Hey, I can't understand them anyway. I managed to stop the assassination before he laid a hand on them, fortunately. Got it. I don't think there's anyone else in here. Let's switch the lights on. When the lights came on, we saw... This was from the Mao branch, is it? Bamboo hat wearing assassin on the ground. The walls that appeared solid before now were melting away as though they were vicious fluid. There is something wrong with this building. Maybe they must have done something to the building, but how is a Heisho here? This whole operation's got to be spearheaded by someone with real power. This isn't just an ambush from an overly excited and family hierarch contestant. What I don't understand is why the Mao branch. There are better Heisho branches if all they wanted was to cut off a clock's head. They must have a different purpose then. Correct, this is one from the Mao branch, which means more of them infiltrated the building. Though not the scale of the Z branch, Mao always moves in groups. Therefore, their goal must be to kill every guest staying, including you, my lady. We gotta get moving. We can't let them surround us if we want to be Dante! Oh yeah! Dante pulled a Kool-Aid man. Lord, thank me later. If we don't move our asses, we're good as dead. Way. Yes. We don't have time to contact the main forces from their faction of the family mansion. You know what to do when we're at a numerical disadvantage, right? It'll be done, my lady. They immediately stormed out of the room as soon as they saw the sinners enter, as though they'd been waiting here for my protection. Don Gregor was red-faced on edge, Marceau was covered in battle wounds. Otis wore an inscrutable expression. I stand before you in shame to have borrowed the hands of another and protected the executive manager. No, I should have listened to what you said. Extrapolating the pattern which the walls have disintegrated, it's likely they utilize identical means of infiltration for each sinner. Oh right, we're attacked by were you attacked by these bamboo-headed assailants as well? Their ranks numered many a manager esquire, yet for however many of them were, they were unsettlingly silent. Verily, we were almost, not almost, I saw the way here that some of us did get killed, impaled straight through the guts. So what he said about the fighting indoors was taboo. Yes, it was a lie. Oh, how utterly cowardly and unjust of the vile cur to strike from the shadows. Alas, now's not the time to ruminate on their villainy. Correct, besides, there's more of them waiting to sink their blades into us. Actually, I'm gonna do it this way. That way, Dawn will not take damage, but you can't offset a counter, but I can at least put Dawn into the borrowed time states, which should help in the next section. I shall pack Mao, Umba Striker, Feather Striker. Alright, Dawn's in armor now.
전격발. 예상 못했나 봐. 그쪽 편이 아닐 텐데.
Hello, Technicus, welcome. I'm hoping to be able to finish up the intermission tonight, so it's quite interesting as the adventure so far.
예상 못했나 봐.
이것밖에 못하는.
As expected with rich families, they've all got a lot of annoying stuff to deal with them.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Alright, one.
エリートオペレーターの前で前です
Makes it very, very pain. The game's all counter tonight. Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay, let me adjust that.
완전히 멈췄네.
敵は深手を負っています
시간은 전부 징수했으니 상관없지.
Alright, is that a little better? Sorry about that. Hopefully it's a little better now. And here I was worried I was being too loud. Weird, it was fine before. Well, whatever. Time to go through here. I'm definitely glad I decided to up tie 4T for Modus. She's been a huge asset ever since I started using her a bit more.
완전히 멈췄네.
But I guess it makes sense the T-Corp members would make a good team together.
상관없지.
깔끔하게 물었군.
Hope you're doing well. I haven't done the event yet, but I guess I will soon enough. I mostly just want to get my Sinners a bit leveled up since the difference between 50-55 is not too much, but it is about 1 clash power, and that's what I care about more than the slightly higher HP.
마지막까지 알뜰히 사용하시는 것 같으니 미련은 없겠다마는.
T-Corp is extremely good, especially with her defense skill into skill 3. Yeah, T-Corp Dawn also likes going defense skill into another one. They do love that borrowed time effect, that's for sure. And I have to borrow Merceau here because I still lack a good one for him.
네, 원하신다면.
Granted, since I actually have enough for an NV Resonance team, part of me is considering his middle ID, but I don't know. I think for now I'm fine borrowing. Especially since I've got a few here that are particularly good.
징수 시간이다.
The good news, though, is he's the last one that I really need. Like a multi-crack. Heathcliff is absolutely one of the best 2-stars he has access to. Oh, right, this is a focus encounter, so I can't do that. Here's Rose Spanner. He does make for a decent Tremor stand-in. Huh. I haven't heard much good about the Rose Spanner IDs, but at the same time, beggars can't be choosers. I'm gonna double check what he does, actually. So it is nice that that even if not optimal, a lot of the 2-stars actually are genuinely very helpful. Like, I don't think I'm gonna be having I don't regret raising Butler Faust. She's been a huge asset in keeping enemy under control, enemy sanity under control whenever it's relevant. In fact, that's one of the reasons I thought it might be good to go for Heisho Dawn, since she's got access to sinking like that. That, and I won't lie, Heisho Dawn is absolutely adorable. Those are some... Okay, it looks like the only real issue with Rose Spanner, or so, is that he's got, he has some very ridiculous requirements for his, like, he needs 10 Tremor count in order to have power, just have 1+1 coin power. That's an awful lot for what you get, but this team can absolutely do that. I have more than enough Tremor regeneration. Right now my team is mostly Tremor with sinking on the side. I can even rotate it out a bit if I need to, but I'll worry about that later. Alright. Yeah, it looks like... Yeah, I think your advice is pretty sound. I might want to consider a Spanner just to help enable the team, the Tremor team here, because that's primarily what I got going. These guys are doing a lot of, Oh, right. Yeah. We are. Yeah, if I put the defensive skills into the counters, I can get the defensive skill effects without worrying too much. Ooh. Ugh, Ryoshi. I had a feeling Ryoshi might lose that. Okay, she didn't get stunned. That's the important part. If she's not stunned, I can hit back. Well, congrats. My current plan is if I can roll Heisho Dawn, I will definitely shard for Lord Honglu, since I definitely will have enough Heisho to make it work. If not, however, I'm just going to shard her, and I'll have to worry about Lord Honglu later, even if it means having to wait until Merceau's. It's going to suck, but I can... It just means I won't have a Heisho team. I'll still have a solid Tremor team, sinking team, and I guess I could even make a reasonable Rupture team now that I think about it. While Mao Faust did genuinely power creep 7 Association Faust, from everything I've read on 7 Association Faust, she's actually still good. Her only crime is that she was power crept, because she's still pretty solid, so might have to consider that to avoid having to shard Mao Faust herself. Now, if I get Heisho Heathcliff, that one I'm gonna have to think about, because I don't... He's got a lot of good burn, sure, but I don't really have anyone that can enable a burn team. So we might have to just sit on in the bench, sit on the storage for a bit. Because Multicrack Heathcliff is genuinely a good 2-star. He's still worth using even to this day, so I'm definitely gonna be sticking with him for now, but let's see here. And I am definitely still keeping out an eye out for Priest Greg, since he does work well with Brilliant Glory. That's one of my very few egos that Thread Spin 4. Basically, all it got out of the deal was damage, but it's quite a bit of damage. So it's nice to have a on-demand nuke the enemy button. Although I can still use him with his Heisho ID, if only because I've got plenty of other sinners that can help him charge the sins that it requires to charge, so it should be fine. I guess that is a nice thing about team building in this game. You don't necessarily have to make your unit fuel their own egos if the rest of the team will do it for them. I still technically have a bit of random bullshit go in this team, I'm not gonna lie, but I at least feel like I have a coherent strategy with Tremor going. And that's good, because I'm well aware. I guess I shouldn't be coy here. I do know that there's gonna be another big wall boss in Canto 8, but I do feel like I'm actually prepared for them this time, unlike Heathcliff, and Ricardo. I actually feel like I know what I'm doing now. Just kind of. All it took was help from friends, chat, and some YouTube tutorials to finally understand the game's battle system. And now that I do understand, I do genuinely really like it a lot. I kind of wish Fate Grand Order had a system like this, because it reminds me of some similarities, but better. Although I suppose it would make sense the gameplay's better. This game is significantly newer. FGO is from like 2015. Something tells me they're not fighting us at full force. At least we routed them, so that means something. Oh, where'd Dawn go? Hark, for I am here. Dawn rushed to my room from the hallway. I'd gone to espy if the other sinners suffered as we have. Verily, they were indeed targeted as well. Most defend themselves well against the curs, and shall be here post-haste yet? Not everyone survived, huh? Well, that's fine. We can bring them back. I just don't like that we had to reveal our hand this early. Young Sinclair and Yasang, while appeareth they had risen and battled, were caught unawares. 'Tis likely their demise came soon after tripping over each other's foot. How embarrassing. And you and Heathcliff, isn't that fellow our resident mob fight? How'd they get him? Well, they didn't get me, man. I'm goes new. Heathcliff. What's got your gobsmack, lass? I recall blade piercing on Heathcliff in the back of his head. Didst thou turn the clock for him already, young manager? No, or at least not yet, anyway. Blimey, what's that funny itch in the back of my eye? He reached the top of his head and then crumbled the floor mid-sentence. Okay, I must say, this game has some rather amusing dark humor. It kind of reminds me of Lisa the Painful, and I mean that in the best possible way. Heathcliff's not breathing, he's dead. How do you manage to walk all the way here with a hole in his head? Young Heathcliff! The other sinners are starting to gather, manager. As pathetic as this force may be, we cannot spare any hands at the moment, executive manager. We must join the others as soon as possible and assist them. There's sounds of altercations coming from the lobby. Gotcha. The clock turns as it always does, sometime later. Oh, please hold on a moment. I can still see some people in the lobby. Yeah, something, I don't know, something tells me a hotel's not supposed to melt like this. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to give you guys a 1-star review. And the 1 star is only because I actually managed to rest to some degree. If I couldn't rest at all, that'd have been 0. But yeah, sorry, unfavorable reviews for this hotel all around. Phew. Among them I know is Zishun clashing against a figure wearing a bamboo hat. Going the offensive already? How come a big shot in control of a Heisho pack decided to come off for small fries like this? You know, I actually can't remember what animal the Mao branch draws power from. I know the U branch, like Heathcliff and St. Clair, draws from, I think, a rooster or some bird fowl like that. I know the Wei branch, like Dawn, is obviously the ram, and of course the Yi branch, like Gregor and Rodian, are the snake. So I guess we'll find out soon, won't we? And after behind the hat-wearing assassination stood, I see you track me down, so certain of your own safety, but my master has already prepared countermeasures. There stood our supposed collaborator, Lettuce here, and Wei was threatening him with a sword. So you were behind this. Ah, it's you. I just thought you'd be planning something like this, but you lack the patience to pull it off. You're quite observant. I thought I'd completely won you over. Wow. I guess Otis's acting really was that good. You must know that H-Corp, there's but one path of survival and riches. Choose a family hierarch candidate and serve them with utter loyalty, but who in their right mind would serve young Master Bio? He's grown up with no hardship. He doesn't possess a single speck of ambition. You saw your bloody mouth, eh? And you, rich boy, you're gonna sit there and let that bloke talk shit to your face? He is right, though. I don't have any ambitions. Have you got no self-respect? Do you have anyway? Okay, everyone shut up for a second. He's obviously taunting you, so stop indulging him. Wait, speak. I know you have no means to wield a Heisho pack. So you speak. Which master do you choose to serve? Who controls them? Ah, so they're curious. Stay your sword, Zilu. Another unfamiliar voice from the shadows. Young master, are you certain this is wise? Worry not. They're destined to be swept away by the morning dew anyways. The trajectory of their fate shall not alter course where they witness me. The voice soon reveals himself, walking into the light with a casual, assured gait. Seriously? You? And of course, they decided to gasp it's you rather than gasp its name. You see, allow me to grace you ignoramuses with my exalted name. I'm Yahuwah of the Shi family. You may know me as a very prominent candidate to the throne of the family hierarch. Well, it seems like you're wasting a lot of your money. As we all know, Hong Lu has absolutely no desire to take the throne, so you're basically wasting your time on an irrelevant candidate. Or are you doing this just to get off? You're doing this just to get off, aren't you?
복지팀에
가시죠. 파투페.
특수 어디서?
마치 시간 차.
부르신다면 언제든.
What am I doing?
부르신다면 언제든.
Who am I missing here? Oh, wait, why am I insisting on bringing her?
부르신다면
There we are.
언제든.
Yeah, I mean, she could be next in line, but...
마침내
Oh no, it has to be Otis here.
마침.
제 차례인가요? H사원.
I don't need to borrow anyone for this because they're not going to need my,
징수 시간이다.
they're not going to need any, I don't need Merceau for this. Prominent. But of course, I claim to control a branch of the Heisho packs. While you're wasting your time searching for the River of Immortality or whatever, I don't even know where I'd start to refute your brain-dead accusation. This is beneath me. I don't even want to address you as my senior either. So who is it? Big Brother Juan? Nah, I can't imagine he'd ever be interested in someone like you. What are you talking about? I'm asking whose teat you've been suckling on to gain control of the Mao branch, because we both know for sure there's no way in hell you have the means to control them, right? You little twerp. Are you want to insult my height from where you're standing? Master Yua? It does seem like the mastermind of this operation was actually anyone important. It doesn't seem like the mastermind of this operation was actually anyone important. Agreed. I can tell by the look of that traitor, or with the physiognomy of a deceiver. This is a waste of time. Zulu, cut them all down. The mission was to assassinate them. Meet them in open battle, take the lives of the candidates. It was not what was agreed upon. What the blah blah blah. Shut up and do as you're told. I may fight to protect your life, yet I cannot do more. Heisho heeds no voices but the one of holds their leash. Ah, wow, it looks like he doesn't even control these guys. There's an apt saying often invoked in the East: a fox may pretend to the throne, but only with the blessing of the tiger. I've never heard of that, but I might want to keep that in mind. Oh, shut up over there. Damn it, this Heisho pack is useless. Can't even get a simple job done. Master Yua, the Heisho pack here is merely my backup plan. Our true strategy involves true. This is fine. I have plenty of other plans to sweep you all away. This is the second time this individual has made the odd emphasis of the word sweep. Why, saying you brought the sweepers or something? While his reactions appear suspicious, the suggestion is almost an absolute impossibility. The head is the top of the sweeper's chain of command. In other words, only the head possesses the authority to command them. Yeah, of course. Moreover, they're prohibited from touching, let alone entering, any designated residential area during the nights in the back streets. This is a permanent, immutable taboo of the head, one of the very first to have been introduced. Their effort of going through a myriad of paperwork to ensure Mephistopheles is recognized as a residential vehicle was ultimately to capitalize on this taboo. Yes, it's exactly as you say. What a stupid question to ask, making me anxious out of nowhere. That soured the mood. Come, let us leave. I only intend them to have them see my face after all. Too bad I won't even remember them in a few days once they'll get swept away. And yet somehow he has command over the sweepers. Did he tell them that we broke a taboo or something? Because it would have to be... We'd best leave before any unnecessary words are said. Faust is right. These guys are acting too suspicious to not have some scheme brewing back there. So overtly suspicious, I'm starting to wonder if they're trying to use reverse psychology and walk right into their trap. Well, surrounded by nothing but uncertainties, there's a solution that usually works. Faust. Faust had intended to make suggestions, but it appears you share the idea. Yep, so Otis, yes, Executive Manager, we have 12 sinners, Zishun, and Wei on our side, and I don't think the so-called Malbrowns are willing to fight, which means we only have 3 enemies. He's here, actual enemies here. Chiyo, our guide, and Zilu, the assassin. We have a numerical advantage, do we not? You always make the most accurate read of the battlefield. What's going on over there? What's making that tick-tocking noise? Our former guide seemed to figure out what our conversation was about, so we took a few careful steps away before bolting off. I've been thinking this all day, but he sure is a fast runner. Ooh, what is it, Hong Lu? Do you remember something? I did. I had a hard time recalling this because he isn't from my family, but I remember now. Your big brother Yua of the Shi family, are you not? Didn't that guy just announce himself earlier? Anyways, Hong Lu, I'm not gonna get that guy and beat the motives out of him. Is that gonna be okay? I'm gonna get this guy and beat motives out of him. Is that gonna be okay with you? He's not from my family, but I'm sure Big Brother Yua will be happy to answer your questions. Great, another thing. As a commander, I should probably say something just cool to start the battle, right? Ooh, that's gonna be so cool. Let's, like something to have a story. Otis said something like this once. That even if one side has the absolute advantage in battle, the commander's words may be the deciding battle who wins and loses. So I decided to borrow a few words from a book Hong Lu once lent me. It's a general who said it, I believe. Destroy them all. Sometimes the simplest solution is the best. Good. This isn't the best roll to start with. Everything's neutral. What am I doing? Guard. Ah, dawn, which means you can cover that. Wow, we have a lot of neutrals here, and I don't like it. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna be winning this, unfortunately, but... Well, I guess we gotta do what we gotta do here. Oh, wow, we did actually win one of them. And with that sinking count, we're getting lucky. It's very neutral, so I'm basically leaving it all to chance, but... Hey, we know Dante's strategy. Alright, because we're fighting a Heisho, that means they're gonna have the Heisho's gimmick, which means they're basically all rupture status.
員の皆さんとご一緒で
Okay.
本当に嬉しいです。
Y'all suck. Holy crap. What is this guy? If target has death right haste, inflict more con. Can't offset it. Got 9, so he's gonna get this off no matter what. Unless I go with the ones who directly count. Favored. Okay, we're slowly going to do this. Favored. Yeah, we should win that. We're gonna eat a hit, but I think it'll be worth it in the end. None of them are targeting Dawn despite having Dawn having aggro. What the hell? So this one. Dominating. Neutral. I don't like that. Why does it have to take a mouse with that?
당신 짝패군요.
Ooh, we're not doing well now. Oh, good. Yeah, he only had 1 coin, but I had 3, so I had a bit of an advantage there.
아무것도 남지 마라.
Okay, good, because Sandy's dropping like a rock, we're actually getting a good chance of winning this.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。
Staggered.
向こうにも事情があるの
Wonderful.
でしょう。
Panic.
ですが
Deception.
私たちは止まれません。
Interesting. Low morale effects. Deception. If this unit speed is... Okay, so yeah, it is like the others. I guess they must be a fast animal, since I recall the Malfaust also got a bonus based on speed. Well, then again, so did, but he's based off a horse. Alright, just pile all your damage on him.
정확하게.
That was a good amount of HP, but working together we should be able to do this. Sheesh, that's ridiculous speed. Okay. Favored. House is really not in the best. No, it's favored. Okay, never mind. Good shape there then. Who's next? Dawn. Favored. Favored. There we go. I'm gonna have Yasang eat the hit so he can produce shields and protect himself. Hello, Maru. Welcome to the stream. We're just still in the middle of Intervallo 5 here. Excellent. Nuke just detonated straight on the guy. A strange tune crashes with the sound of this fierce battle. It's electronic dance music. Something about it sounds familiar. Ah, finally. Thanks to my merry chase you led me on, I've slid over ever so slightly further the world of Bristly. Let's see, Title 2, Bosashi, yeah, punishment for those who dare flee from the military retribution begins by tearing their legs apart from the groin. I'll make sure you suffer for all my time you wasted. What the fuck is that flyer doing here? the hell's wrong with you? You been stalking us? Since when is chasing after a thief completed with stalking? I'll have you know I'm still banished from the world of luscious thanks to you dared pinch my hair coupons. What the hell? Where'd they come from? You guys just pissing people off left and right, are you? Dilu, take them out. But an utterly insular fool. What'd you say? Do you not know that man? What's the middle doing here? Ricardo, a big brother of the middle. Man who slaughtered the sinners like they were nothing, who almost forced me to self-destruct. Faust, don't tell me I have to get ready for that again. No, not yet. According to the evaluation, the sinner's power has grown since their time at the Great Lake. Our chance of victory against this individual has risen to a meaningful degree to forfeit the battle before it even begins. By how much? Enough to put faith in the uncertainties. Alrighty then, enough with the background noise. I don't know what your business is with these thieves, but I personally traveled all the way to the eastern part of the city because I must exact my revenge with my own 2 hands. I could have simply informed my brothers of the east to let them handle this, but that just wouldn't do. I'm determined to see this through to the end myself, even if it meant asking a great brother of the east a favor. So there you go, Half Pint, his cute mini entourage. Get the hell out of my sight. The middle's book of vengeance comes first. Half Pint, keep babbling that fat lid of yours, minion of the fingers. You don't scare me at all with your cheap hairdo and garish as hell botched dye job. You're the H-Corp turf now. Wow, bloody hell, mate. That's messed up. He's far too absorbed in his old foolishness to see that he's walking into his own demise. Yeah. From the middle store... Yeah, from Middle Sinclair in the middle... discussion here from Canto 5. It seems like the middle is a gang that considers each other family. Yeah, and they take... And the idea is mess with one, you mess with all of us, so anyone who does can be sent there, but... I guess they must also have some branches in the east, which I guess makes sense. The Fingers are the biggest syndicate, so of course they'd have some, additional branches elsewhere in the city, but... Unexpectedly, Ricardo's face wasn't contorted with wrath, even after during the barrage of insults. He looked surprised. A moment of silence followed, during which he seemed to be absorbed in thought. Wow. Impressive, you just set a new record. You're the current record holder for how fast can I get rid of in Ricardo's Book of Vengeance challenge, boy. You did it in 15 seconds. Then with trembling hands, he reached down his book, opened it, and began to write something on the paper, slowly and deliberately, as though to make each stroke a pen and count. Unfortunately, your audacity is terminal. I will rip your jaws apart myself as punishment. Boys, make sure this little band of thieves won't get away while I deal with the pipsqueak. What the hell is this asshole talking about? Zilu? Actually, I don't care. Stop me if you can. Effective immediately. The punishment for all parties involved and bystanders by the side of your crimes. He's completing the total extermination. Yeah, they don't actually... Yeah, the middle was also responsible for Rhodia's hometown being slaughtered, if I remember right. So... I think we can slip away unnoticed this mess? I don't think we got much of a chance there. Ricardo practically rocketed where they were standing at a burst of speed. But his henchmen had already begun surrounding us. Ready your weapons, everyone. Payback time for what happened in the Great Lake. Let's do this. Besides, we got a little score to settle with that son of a bitch. Incoming. Prepare for battle, everyone.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
I'm not too worried about these small fry. In fact, this time, I think I'm all the more prepared to handle Ricardo. It's nice to see again Ricardo, but unfortunately for you, I'm stronger than I was before, and not just because of story reasons. I actually have a coherent team that is only slightly random bullshit go. You're going to be tremored. I don't know if the new IDs beat this. May the gotcha, God bless you. We'll find out. Come on, at least spare a couple for this guy. Yeah, 2 of each of those should be enough to handle them. I don't just have an IDs. By keeping his stamina... My sinking member should keep his sanity from becoming real sane man hours, and my tremor should bring his stun threshold to a bit more of an achievable point.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데. 자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Oh, hello. Yeah. I suppose that tag was most relevant during Canto 5, that's for sure.
バスカンパニーの皆さん、この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
Yeah, let's mainly get our resources here so we can get through our, There we are. There was an explosive noise in the distance. Moments later, Ricardo landed before a boom. I heard the Heisho of the East were a rough bunch, but that lady was something else. Why'd a woman like that suddenly split from a fight? Not my problem. She's getting written in the book too. Time to take care of what I really came here. Ready for a beatdown. Keep on, thieves. Well, guess it's time then. Dominating. Only favored. Could be better, I suppose. Dominating. Favored. Let's. You know what? Let's get Faust's shield. The nice thing about the Command Meltdown is no fluid sac, but a nice thing about it is it does help protect Faust herself a lot better in terms of defensive support. Where's this one aim again? Might have to do it this way then. Dominating. Unopposed. Alright, let's do it this way. Dominating, and this one should be dominating as well. Yeah. Alright, we'll do it this way. The hard shell should make Ricardo a lot more... Oh, no, interesting. Ricardo actually has an HP meter this time. It's no longer question mark, question mark. I guess to represent that he's no longer far beyond us anymore. Yeah, if you're gonna counter anyone, Dawn's the one to do it. Dawn can actually take a hit in this form. There we go. Still far behind you. I'm talking in terms of gameplay. When I fought him, I had half my team wasn't even here. Just fought him enough to learn about him. Well, that and I actually have IDs here that actually form a relatively coherent team. Main target. The main target has Vendetta mark. Convert all coins unbreakable. Pierce power up. Alright, I know what I'm going to want to do here then. I've got a few tricks up my sleeve. I need to make sure whoever clashes this has something good. Actually, you know what? This way, actually. Snag Harpoon. Hopeless. Elegy. Favored. Gonna have to bring out the A-listers for this, but that's fine. I find it funny the Mills are cult of punching people back. Yeah, but it does also mean that when they're in there, they have to send people against them. Like, how are they going to deal with, you know, what's their name? The indigo color that he said wrote their name. Are they just gonna go with the slaughterhouse there? Maybe they have some higher up members that can handle him, but I mean, even a grade 1 fixer is probably above this guy, let alone a color, and a grade 1 fixer still have a huge gap between them in colors. Dominating. Oh no, I'll have her dominate. Struggling, oh dear. Neutral. Hopeless. Hopeless, even with that one? Well... Yeah, Title Elegy doesn't exactly have the, highest clash power. Yeah, favored. Snag Harpoon might be a bit better then. Little Brother Werner. Oh, I didn't realize this guy was an actual named character. Interesting. That explains why he's a little tougher than the other guy. neutral. That's the best you can do. Actually, maybe this wouldn't be a bad idea. Dominating. Yeah, the sinners will be faster next turn, so I can do a lot more. That should help us out, I think.
날카롭고 정확하게.
Vengeance awaits you all.
내가 찾은 나만의 항해 방식.
Teleology might nerf you in this fight if you ever used it. Maybe. Snag Harpoon is really useful in the general sense, even with Teleology, though. Although, granted, I should probably care more about the color stuff than Oh dear. Oh, she didn't get stunned. That's lucky for me.
정의보다도 푸른 자,
Heed me, thou art more azure than justice, more crimson than love.
그대 이름을 걸고 여기서 빛의
I shall
맹세
make this oath to light.
우리 앞에 막는 증오스러운
Mark the
존재들에게
hateful beings who
나와
stand before
그대의
us.
힘을 합쳐
Let your strength
위대한
words of
사랑의
mine so we
힘을
deliver the power of love
불어줄
to all.
아르카나스
Has producer clashing power if ever goes out of her fate. That is true. Yes! Full power. Oh, it's so satisfying. The other two are down. It's only him left.
이상이 무엇이라
See what you think
생각하시오?
the ideal is. Excellent. About Ricardo's gimmick. Ah, yes. However, he does have Mark of Villainy. Clash with a skill regardless of speed. Oh, that instantly ended the turn. I didn't even get a chance to activate mine. That's a bit of a pain. I used up so many ego resources, but Dawn still has hers. Hopeless. I don't think I have any way to win this clash. I'm pretty sure I lose it no matter what. There's no possible way to win any of these. Plus coin for this turn. Yeah, no matter who I use, it is hopeless. That's gonna be rough. I could, however, use it to just finish off Werner. Attack into that. I think that'll work. It's not possible for me to win that clash no matter what I do. Run's dead. Well, casual reminder, I do have backup sinners after this. Slot a single ego without consuming any resources. First ego resource is a must.
짝패군요.
Alright, he's down. No, how the hell did I win that? I shouldn't have. No, I lost it in the end. I knew I couldn't win that.
눈부시지 않다고 두려워하지 마.
I needed to set this up earlier in the fight. I didn't realize it was going to be one of those fights. Of course he passes. It's okay if he kills my front line. I've got a back line. Literally everyone.
그쪽으로.
You know, creatures get a massive skill like one of your face. Yeah, not be an idiot and actually make sure I have set up the fight beforehand so I could win. If I'd known this guy was coming, you forgot the SP.
오티스님, 난
キャントさん
제게 주어진
なんだかただならぬ気配を感じます
Alright. Pain indeed. Of course, he summons more minions. I forget. I didn't borrow my friend's Merceau, did I? Oh dear. And of course, this one's key one is beat it within 10 turns, which of course I'm not doing. Charge ID in the support lineup. Unfortunately, that is hands down my best Ryoshu. None of my others come close. The others... So, unfortunately, this is all I got. This is not a team... I was not meant to have to go to my secondary. I'm sure I could beat him if I try particularly hard, but, it's not showing me as a stagger threshold, unless I attack him, I guess. More targets are killed, they'll sink in everyone. Kill the damage every gloom resonance. The target has sinking, flash power boosted. Gonna have to attack into that to someone else did it. I'll take advice if you want it, but I think mostly I just needed to remember to borrow my friend's Merceau, because that one is would have been a lot more helpful here, I can tell you that much. Though I'm at least glad I didn't waste my one use of Durante. Actually, was Werner in the first fight? Because I genuinely don't remember. Said this was really targeting. I don't think there's any possible way I can have Gregor win this fight. It's hopeless no matter what, yeah. First fight was a Heisho pack. So bring Lord Hong Lu. I only have 2 Heisho though, I don't think it's gonna help much. Although, yeah, I do get it. The random minions in Heisho pack are entirely to set yourself up so that you have ego resources and stuff to use against him. Since not being in a dungeon means you don't have time to set things up ahead of time. Dominating. Sang. Dominating. Then Ricardo sang in 2 wave 2 to gain vengeance stacks. He showed that and winning in wave 2 to gain vengeance stacks.
자, 쪽에서 잘 생각해보라고.
아무것도 남지 마라.
Oh, if I can hit that stagger threshold. Oh, come on, really? Is he immune to sinking? Serious question. Wouldn't... On tips? Hey, if you'd like, sure. The waves will carry.
파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
I realize that this skill is a lot stronger when it's against a single target, but hey, it won. 2, 3, 4. Wow, that is rotten luck. Fight. I had 30 sanity and only 3 of those landed. Well, I have a dog ID right here. W Corp Ryoshu has one. That's one down. Yisang and Maso Zayn egos. The base ones? I do have those. Neutral. But neutral's the best I can hope for. Hopeless. Cheapest power downs I can see in this game. Yeah, I was using. Yeah, you could say that I was in fact using Yisang's for a while. Or So's though, he just seems to be. This is awful. I can't win any of these. Favored. Hopeless. Maybe I'll do it this way, defense skill. If I'm gonna be forced to lose the clash anyways, the least I could do is that. Purpose of the dodge is eat the minions' attacks. I don't know, with struggling, it looks like that's got some pretty decent ones. Alright, I weakened him at least.
한눈 팔지 마세요. 맨날은 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
Did I stun him? Oh, if I hit his stun threshold, that'd be perfect. Oh, I wasted chains of others then. Whoops. He gets stronger if his minions die, so best let them live. Makes sense. The enemy is heavily wounded. Focus everything on Ricardo. If I could really hit that stagger threshold, it'd be quite nice. Darn, he's back. I definitely did waste chains of others, unfortunately. Actually, this might be a good one. Staggering during stagger does not stagger, sadly. No, but it does give a decent boost to the damage the enemy takes. And that burst damage can definitely take him pretty good down. Panic, vengeance. He's got a lot of defense level down, so if I can actually win any of these, just deals the bonus damage if the enemy just so happens to be weaker, so. Favored. Neutral. Favored. are.
일기당천.
There we are. We're actually winning. I thought this run was cooked, but well, we can't. It's not over until it actually says victory or scripted ends. He's below 50% HP, so Otis's base ego is going to get a decent bonus.
목적이 있었지.
Not much, but it still did a lot of rupture. Come on, hit that threshold.
適した攻撃でなくても最善の選択だったはずです。
Oh, come on. How the hell did he not hit stagger threshold? But he has 3. Actually, so we know for a fact he has stagger threshold. He's extremely close to stagger threshold. If I deal more damage before he gets his attack off, we win. How's your Uma Sang not dead yet? I don't know, but I'm not complaining. He's basically been my carry since he was one of my earliest pulls. I guess because he makes shields for himself under the right conditions. Because look, right now he only has 11 HP, but he also has 50 more shields. Is that 20 bleed? Evidently so. Wait, no. That's not bleed. That's weak resist damage boost. The damage boost against weak resistance is by 20%. So no, nobody on my team has bleed, apparently. Yeah, take that, guys. Dodge that guy's hit if you please. I know her defense skill is actually pretty good. I think she should be able to dodge him. The only question is, will I be able to stop this before it goes off? Hopeless. You know what? It doesn't matter if it's hopeless, because I'm going to make sure the last hit goes favored. Unopposed. Favored. Make sure that we go last here, and there we are.
눈에 새겨주지. 최대전. 집행한다.
Ha! We got him. His sanity's dropping like a rock. Enough games. Come on, stun in the bastard. 1, 2, 3. Damn it. Okay, that was it. Moratorium go burr. Indeed. Yeah, there's a reason I say I like the T-Corp folks. Oh, wait. A shout cuts across the battlefield as if the summoned appearance of Ricardo is making things incredibly more difficult for us. What, didn't that guy split? What's he doing here? Laughing his butt off. Finally lost the plot, huh? Failed off plan to plan, takes a toll, I guess. Oh, maybe that was a bit too much. But I mean, how can I not laugh, right? When after all that, everything comes together perfectly according to my plan. So you were just acting surprised when when Ricardo showed up and you insulted him repeatedly. You heard this too, don't you? The sound of the city, the sound of the back streets. Don't you hear the sound of crashing waves? Waves? When the sound of battle came to a halt, we all suddenly began to notice the low crashing omen swirling in the commotion. Something's melting, regurgitating, boiling over. It's not steeping, it's it's seeping or siphoning, a trait that was once living and dead. Crashing and breaking, devoid of recognizable stops. The lines between begins like waves. Current time is hours. It's too late. The night on the back streets. We've never been outside of this hour, have we? It was past 4 in the morning when we briefly set foot at the outskirts. No, we haven't. This will be our second time. Though it must be noted, the time of day was not a matter of concern then. That said, I still would say that Earl King Heathcliff was the much harder fight than Ricardo for me. Both the past one and this one. The past one only took me about 3 tries to get through. This one only took me a first try, even after I forgot to take something really helpful. But Heathcliff, he took me doing several resets. That's when I figured, okay, I now need to go forward with a proper team. A much more coherent one, rather. I must be all the time of day was not a matter of concern then, as we were in the outskirts. Finally getting swept away like trash. How I've waited for this moment. What's he on about? Can't possibly think the sweepers will somehow break the taboo to help you. Still missed the point, botched purple dye job. So he let us leave the promised location. Did he actually scamper away to gloat at us? Indeed, he gloated at us with confidence as he boosters were finally ready to face us, only to turn tail with an unmistakable look of relief. I don't get it. Did he actually believe the sweepers will help him? Faust. Indeed, sweepers don't invade residential areas. However, what if where we're standing isn't a residential area? What are you talking about? This is walls, beddings. These walls are weirdly mushy and melty. It wasn't just Roger who realized it. The other sinners looked around as well. The walls all but melted away, leaving nothing, as though people slept in the night by a house in a painting. The house was never real? Wait, was our guy never real? Was Ricardo never real? Were we just hallucinating this entire time? Oh man, I'm not ready for this. It came too late as a wave-like noise or something. Unlike the other times, we were simply part around the bus. They were cutting straight through the remnants of our lodging. Breathe in the breathe. What's going on? Why? There. This is ridiculous. Sweepers, how dare they make hazardous present? Looks like I'll be facing the waves tonight. But you sound so excited about this. Love this. Let's make some things clear. It's clear that if we do nothing but stand, they'll sweep us away. Damn it, we have to make our stand here.
그러니까 재밌게 놀다 가시기나 하지. 왜
Could you
승질을
enjoy the
부려서
game without
입고를
losing your
내나요?
cool? Seriously, I have myself to blame for this. Oh, that's her loss,
이 돈은 이번 입회
isn't
규칙에
it?
따라 처리해 두겠습니다. 이럴 줄 알았으면 주인 없는 돈이
Nights in the
생겼을 때
back street.
입회인이 챙기는 비율 좀 늘려서 계약할 걸.
Dungeon? If we're gonna take a dungeon, then yeah, I'll borrow my buddy's Merceau, since I don't exactly have a good one right now. That's gonna be, that is this one, I believe.
징수 시간이다.
It's fine. So there was never a house here to begin with. City Sweeper C, City Sweeper D. I really do like the effect here. I can see why you didn't. Why it'd be really cool.
물론고 꺾고 제쳐라.
このまま行けば敵を食い止められます敵は深手を負っています
Oh, Roger, go to a defensive skill. We need to put you in defensive mode so you deal significantly more damage. The back street.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
So it never was a building here the whole time. It was basically just a prop. That explains why they were able to melt through so easily. It was never meant to last. And worst case scenario, well, they just let it go away naturally, since the sweepers aren't going to recognize something that's not actually there. And the good news is Ricardo's going to have to force to stop them here too. That said, I kind of do wish Ricardo was a bit more than just to show up out of nowhere for one fight and then do nothing. Because I'm going to be honest, both here and in Canto 5, it feels like I think Ricardo's the background. Oh wait, you're right, he is. He and the other middle are right here in the background. That's actually really cool. Yeah, I think the issue I have with Ricardo is that he kind of feels like a filler fight. Like, he just kind of shows up in Canto 5 to set himself up, and all that really happens there is we get introduced to Indigo, and that's about it. While Indigo is important, I don't think it's anything specifically required Ricardo. Likewise, here, he really just seems to stall us, but at the same time, we could have just had more Heisho fights. So it kind of feels like Ricardo's just here to be filler.
敵は深手を負っています
Don't get me wrong, I see why he's such a popular character because of the literal aura he has, as well as, well, people, the RPG trope of an unwinnable boss fight is here for a reason. People just genuinely like that trope. So it makes sense he exists there. Well, I have good news. Due to Ryoshi's art, he might come back as a main pillar of the Canto. If he has actual plot relevance, I genuinely look forward to it. Because like I said, I like his concept here. I just feel like they haven't been utilizing him to any degree other than, oh hey, here's a guy to beat your ass and leave. And I'm thinking anyone could have beat our ass, you know? I mean, even when we fought Sancho those 2 times, it was made clear she was not at full power, and Lamont she was probably even holding back to a degree. There's plenty of ways. So yeah, if he's gonna have more plot relevance, I genuinely look forward to it. The weirdest part of me is the coupon part. I think that was entirely the point. It's supposed to be something stupid and petty.
敵は深手を負っています。
This cannot... Yeah, she can't corrode with her base ego anyway, so I'm gonna do that.
어쩌겠지. 잘
This is why I hesitate to replace the base egos. Not only are most of them at least decent, they also have no ability to corrode, so even if I'm using a character who likes negative sanity, like a Knight Rhodian, I don't have to worry about corroding using it. And this should give Faust a good shield. It'll give a bit of healing, but I'm gonna be honest, mostly I've been using Command Meltdown for the shield it gives Faust to help protect her. You'd be surprised how many times it saved her ass. A little bit of abuse of corroded egos. I'll admit there are some times where I consider the corroded egos worth screwing it out. Yeah, like I'm aware that one of Ryoshu's actually prioritizes allies if it corrodes. It's kind of funny. I really don't like these unbreakable coins, but I get why they exist. Because without unbreakable coins, skills, egos, and stuff that are focused on defense or self-sustain would be a lot less valuable, since we'll just win every clash, forehead. But with unavoidable damage, that forces you to either get some defenses to survive it, some healing to sustain through it, or simply deal with eating, losing a sinner here and there. And I get that adds a bit more dynamics to the strategy there. And to be fair, the player does get their own here. Like, Yisang has had unbreakable coins on his skill tree up, even when losing quite a few times. You run Giant Shank if you do not have Arc. Sadly, my only good Hong Lu is the Ting Tang gang leader. Although, to be fair, he has not let me down. Credit where credit's due for him. Alright, anyone who's hopeless, I'm just going to use a defensive skill or an ego. It's not ideal, but it's a lot better than forming an attack, losing, and then just eating even more damage. Or at least that's my thought. Critical Park Unbreakable reduces scripting by putting in sequence changes inside the attack itself. Ah, that's pretty neat, yeah. I didn't think about that, but you have a good point. I mean, that's how a few characters in Canto 6, Dawn Canto managed to do their phase changes, now that you mention it. Don't know how I didn't notice that. Yeah, sweepers heal and hit no matter what. Thankfully, I'm more than capable of winning a damage race. Yeah, I don't mind the healing from and Meltdown, but that's definitely not why I'm using it, or at least not anymore. And yes, I remain stubborn in never taking the Arcanite's egos off the respective characters, so no fluid sack for me. I'm sure it'll be fine. I think technically Knight Rhodian is my strongest sinner in terms of just pure ID power, but I would still consider Hanafuda Ishmael to be my personal ace ID right now. From lore, I think someone saw mention the higher districts have viewing balconies, watch Seepers flood the streets. Well, I admit it is a really cool effect, so I can't blame them for wanting to watch the show. turns out having some shield that instantly activates whenever the power takes a hit is kind of nice.
이미 입회 중입니다. 제게 말을 거는 건 룰 위반이죠. 당신 짝패군요.
Healing on hit is enemies healing on hit isn't a having the damage life steal isn't a problem as long as I win the damage race. So I just have to make sure I win that damage race.
제거하시죠.
너도 누군가에게 아프셨겠지.
To be fair, as long as you have power space ego as well, you'll feel some your recovery, so full attack is optional, but most have it as a one and done type of ego. Yeah. I've had some warn me that some of the fights like this are even designed specifically assuming you have it because it's just that overpowered. Not impossible, but I do know there's plenty of meta strategies that straight up don't use Faust, so... Oh yeah, it's you can definitely tell it's one of those game launch, the devs didn't know how their own game worked situations. For up to me, I wouldn't have them nerf it, but I would have them raise its ego level a bit to at least make it a bit more expensive. I understand. I don't think Soda was a mistake. Oh yes, I have seen the Soda egos. They are absolutely hilarious in how bad they are. Wave 2 complete. Wave 3 incoming. Battle was long and grueling. Even Ricardo and his henchmen were visibly exhausted after the second raid. Big bro. We messed up. Magical Girl Hong Lu. I would pull for that. No. I've already got Magical Girl. Well, Dawn, I would absolutely take Magical Girl Hong Lu to match. Still haven't given a percentage on their heals. It's still useless in that case. Bro, we messed up. We never should have put you through this trouble in the first place. Don't worry about it, kid. You've taken a brother who came all the way from the south and guided him safely through the labyrinth that is H-Corp. I'd say you've done more than enough. No one could have expected we'd be fighting the sweepers of all things. Ugh. We're able to withstand the sweepers, enemies that could give even the middle trouble. Practice makes perfect, and perfection makes an expert, huh? Guess Hong Lu wasn't too off the mark. Come on, we'd have been long swept away by the horde if we weren't good at this. Yeah, heals 10, not 10%. So reasonable. And at threat spin 4, it actually heals 15 HP to the party. Ooh. And yeah, still not percent, just flat 15. And of course, me looking at my T-Corp Dawn, who had, if she was level 55 right now, she'd have something like 275 HP. Actually, no, let's go with T-Corp Otis. At max level 55, she's something at, like, 175 HP or something shockingly low like that. She's kind of a glass cannon. 15 HP is still nothing to that. Don't get me wrong, I'd be fine with a flat heal amount over a percentage if they wanted, but it has to be a meaningful amount. Ishmael, who's taken this brief downtime, checked the sharpness of our harpoon, was right. We've been through something like this before. Fighting endless hordes of enemies, long battles of attrition. It's not new anymore. That experience was an edge we had against these enemies. Of course. Can we even handle the third wave at this rate? There was no choice but to stand it. Nothing was certain yet. We still have that third wave to survive. I'll carry out your sentences as soon as we survive this wave. Even when we're all basically in the same boat, this guy can't help but have it out for us, huh? Why would I ever... Third wave begins. We're in the building begin to shift violently. Hold on, what's going on? The buildings themselves are shifting. What's happening? I remember asking all you guys to read the damn pamphlets. Buildings in H-Corp shift every once in a while. I didn't know it'd be like this, but still. Fortunately, it doesn't seem to be the building is shifting that much, Executive Manager. As soon as Otis finished, an Aram building suddenly jutted violently from the ground, rising in diagonal bursts, struck Ricardo in the chest and sent him blasting the skyline. Darn you! Mark my words, this is all going in the books! Don't even go with Clash, and so does 1 coin on top of that. Yeah. Usually even a bad ego like some of the base egos still at least have good flashing power to make up for it, so it's at least worth considering them for that reason, but Soda doesn't have much of anything going for it that I can tell. And of course, Ricardo's blasting off again! Ricardo wasn't the only one that practically punched by a building. Big bro! henchmen in the middle who had formed a defensive square to withstand the waves, were all blasting off in different directions. Or maybe they were falling, I wasn't even sure anymore. Why is this happening? The movement to the buildings has reduced the enemy population in this area, Dante. This is an opportunity. Now those irritating bastards are off our backs. I think this is definitely more doable now. I can feel the spirit rising in the center. So come on, let's do this. We've done this kind of thing 1,000 times. Crit condition. Here's my favorite part. Crit condition with no poise build.
敵は深手を負っています。
일기당천.
Okay, everyone's sanity is exactly where it wants to be, so we've got a pretty good shot at all this. Yeah, and thankfully, I've got a lot stronger IDs than when I did Heathcliff's chapter as well. Well, Heathcliff and Ishmael, since this is probably most comparable to the infinite enemy wild hunts. Oh, cattle ball, welcome. As you can see, we're in a bit of a mess, so we're gonna have to start cleaning it up. Well, I will say, the way some of these fights go, I'm really glad I got them on stream. Like, even I did not expect Umi Sang to survive with like 11 HP for the entire Ricardo fight, basically. As long as he did eat a counter, he might have even lasted longer.
敵は深手を負っています。
Right, we need to make sure Faust has her shields up.
일기당천.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는
This will
시간.
also help deal a bit of residual damage to the others as well.
스스로 답을 구하시길.
그쪽 편은 아닐 텐데. 깔끔하게 물었군.
The enemy is heavily Oh, it's so nice seeing all those hockey matches end in our victory. At least I don't think I lost. Oh, I think Dawn did actually. Never mind. No, Dawn got. No, yeah, Dawn did lose. Wow. I probably should get Dawn up to this. Or switch her to her magical girl form. Her magical girl form also works even in negative. The only reason I hesitate to do that is because she basically has envy energy, and that's basically it. So it does get harder to fuel any gluttony energy or sloth. Beat him. Survived. Oh, that's a cool new win there. Win screen. Was that the last of them? Current time is 24. About 10 minutes until the night's backstreet ends, but we can relax now, given we survived the third wave. Buildings are no longer shifting. Stability has been restored. We did executive manager. Bloody hell, finally! The sinners collapsed from exhaustion. There was a Kazan here, but it's gone now, despite... Wait, is that the Silent Hill reference now? There was a Kazan here, but it's gone now. Despite the fact we haven't moved at all from our initial positions, there wasn't even a trace of it. We realized we'd been really located at the top of a roof, as though we'd all just awakened from the diminished sleeping of a building that never existed. Oh, that was one hell of a battle. Thought I was done for. This is killing me. I don't know if we could survive that. Some hair-obsessed loon wasn't here to draw some of them away. Guess we got something to thank him for. That's all they got in a head-on battle. Art thou acquainted with those foes, young Ryoshu? Of course, I've heard of them. The scent of blood was faint, but cannot be. It was best we not linger over long in this thought. Why not? Dig deeper. Letting ephemeral inspiration slip from your fingers is the death of creativity. I said I won't linger on it. Don't rush me. Whatever. It's uninspiring. Guys, now's not time to bicker. Words were unnerving, but we have plenty of time to discuss once we return to the bus, if we can return in one piece. To be frank, that was impressive. I'll be frank, that was impressive. I thought for sure you'd have been swept away by now. He must have been waiting somewhere to watch us die, because it did not take long for him to watch us reappear. Perhaps they agreed upon the new deal when we were fending off the waves. The Mao branch and Zulu were both approaching us with an intimidating gait that contrasted their earlier passivity. Damn it, Executive Manager, we've had too many high-risk, high-fatigue battles in succession. Hate to offer disloyal advice, but it may be wise to avoid this battle at all costs. That doesn't seem like an option to me. I look around. Most of the sinners are dead, trampled, or chopped to small and recognizable pieces. They're barely holding on at best. I can bring them back, I always do, but when they've surrounded us, I don't know if I can bring them back in time to protect me. They might just cut the sinners down as soon as they get back up. Oh well, this is just within my predictions. I can simply finish off anyone that wasn't swept away. Oh yeah, he predicted someone to survive, gave the sweepers. Then again, it made it obvious before that he always claims that things are within his plans even when they very clearly weren't, such as claiming he somehow planned that Ricardo would come in for no reason. Notice, for the next 10 minutes, no sweepers, let alone anyone's coming here. You know why? Because who in their right mind would leave their homes when the Nights in Back Streets is ongoing? Looks like even that annoying idiot in the middle has been taken care of too somehow. How much of this really was your plan? How much? The whole thing, of course, all the way back to the construction site that blocked your path. One who deceived that unscrupulous fool of your company, it was me. One who put the pitiful call who doesn't even have a family name to you was me. The one who contracted the tri-office. And I guess who was that delayed your real-time location in all force of the district. And the trashy lodging with residual permit, without a residential permit. All devised by none other than me using Q Corp's technology. I see. Oh, it was so good, wasn't it? What a perfect strategy. What'd you think? Aren't I great? Aren't I clever? This is exactly why I deserve to be next family heir. Folly to speak those words. An unfamiliar voice echoed from the dark. It was neither animosity nor hospitality, only utter sincerity, nothing else. The speaker approached us, walking under a narrow ray of moonlight that shone between the shifted buildings. In his hand was a decapitated head, illuminated by pale light. Blood dribbles from the neck, wide-open eyes remain frozen for the final moments, filled with terror. He walks towards us, step, drip of blood. It can't be. Yeah. You. I knew that I was working for someone. And why do you have King Gao's head? Working for someone. It was him. I have brought back the wayward pet to his master, that it may once again be leashed. There's a serpent, my lord. Leave it. We needn't shoo it away. You were loaned the Heisho packs, which may simply get in the way, nothing more. And I see was there a sudden change of heart once you held the leash in your hands, that to return the Sheep's family side would be to your benefit? No, you knew everything all along. Oh, what I ask is everything to you. Your vision is too limited for my lord's wisdom to comprehend. The wise fails to peer through the narrow-sighted eyes of the fool. If by everything you refer to how you feigned abandonment the Sheep family to secure my lord's trust, indeed, it could be said that we do know everything. Ugh. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. I will share my goat secrets. The Sheep family, right? The 10 blades of the east. He could speak no more. A serpentine blade struck from Umbra and separated his head with ease. Liliua, have I not warned you time and again to guard your tongue against creeping desperation? I believe that we've gathered the intelligence we had hoped to collect, my lord. You needn't pursue the serpent, Zulu. His voice boomed as he commanded those who appeared as officers. The built, tall man took a ponderous step from the shadows and stood before us. With an enigmatic expression, he wordlessly looked at the decapitated head now lying on the ground, then at us. It's as though he was gazing upon the clouds through blades of grass. I shall take them with me. He picked up the decapitated head, gesturing at his officer with a nod. And here it is, my lord. Wrap their heads in stasis wraps. Composition won't set in anytime soon. And those bandages, he begins to wrap them with a practice motion. He does not pay us any heed, as though we weren't even worth the attention. Return to me once you are finished here. Yes, my lord. Hold on, he can't just show up out of nowhere. He did not reply, his eyes gazing, it reflected nothing. Just as he emerged, he vanished, carrying 2 decapitated heads. Well, sucks to be him.
예전보다 많이 나아진 것 같다. 나도. 그러고 보니까
alliance.
그 환상체 이제 가오를 내려준 아이가 없어졌지?
Things weren't looking any better. I could instinctively tell they were different from anyone we'd faced in Hongyan so far. I don't suppose our Lord left them alive only for us to slay them. Then perhaps it would be apt that I introduce myself as common courtesy to do so. Amazing all. I am but a humble student to my Lord, Master Q's teachings. Somehow I was reminded of the discussion Tao refused to finish. But when the time comes, when creaks the doors fall slay. As for the song, it's rather popular late. It's not the place to discuss such matters. Name's Dante, I'm the manager. I decided to speak up, struggling through sheer pressure. Instinctively knew we had to find out as much as we could of the man from earlier. They've introduced themselves as Manager Dante. I see, your candidness is appreciated. Jilu, withdraw the Mao. It seems we need not contend with them at the moment. Very well. It seems as though they had the same thought as us. Now, is that sufficient proof for intent to engage in a brief discourse? To discuss some matters with you to mark a courtly ending this encounter should be benefit to us, prospects of the future, so ask away, as they say. So, that's when Zeshun stepped forward, having to retreat, dominating presence. So that's what these suspicious songs I heard in the back streets were about. It's about you guys, wasn't it? Are the lyrics true? Ah, you wish to know. Zeshun of the Jia family. Said you possess talent in rhetoric, yet you walk a path beclouded by concern and anxiety. Truly, your insignificance precludes your part in greatness. Wait, don't speak for me. Wait, do not speak for me. I would have been the first to say anything if I thought she were wrong. Yes, milady. Gio, you're the one who sent him after us, right? Close yet not exact. He was an agent of the Shi family, sent to spy on my lord's doings. We bestowed him control of a Heisho pack, for we found his conduct shallow when they saw a means of learning more of the Shi family's machinations. Yet it seems that once granted power, the boy mistook himself for a man with the wherewithal to represent the family. So you used him, just as he sought to use us, though he was quite shallow in his strategy compared to our own. So what now? I don't think you're looking to kill us, right? Now nothing. Now nothing. Do whatever it is you thought to accomplish here. You're letting two of your master's rivals go like that? What a strange thing to say. Look around as I might, I don't see any rivals here. Then why'd you order Yua to attack us? You said it yourself, but not even your rivals. Manager inquires as to why you commanded Yua to carry out his assaults against Limbus Company. They fear, yet seek to understand through that fear. Yet they remain wanting a certain prosperity. My lord has always said that if one earns not from a plight, then no discourse with them shall bear fruit. Instead of giving me a straight answer, she left me with only a puzzling comment before brushing past us. I've given you courtesy enough. It's time for us to depart. Now do stay nicely within your borders as you've remained thus far. How greatly despise an odd splash of ink marring such a great painting. With that, she walked the shadows cast beneath the forest buildings. Zulu and countless Heisho that had surrounded us also disappeared. Finally, I looked around in time to see Otis collapse while the rest of the sinners lay dead or barely clinging to life. There was Zeshun who had collapsed to the floor as well, and Wei who had been tending to her wounds, and me who had somehow survived through all that without getting decapitated. The night that put us through multiple brushes with death came to an end. Day breaks. Yeah, that's pretty much everything that happened. Big Brother Ku, see. Once the day broke, we decided to take a walk outside and discover a little from exhaustion of the night. It was also to decide our course of action from here on, decide if we wanted to travel with Zeshun, with whom we shared a destination. Hello, did you forget how to make a concerned face or something? How are you maintaining that irritating poker face throughout the entire conversation? Of course not. Classic family secrecy, huh? Always hiding something, and I bet you are too. If you are, best spit it out now. I don't have time to casually stroll about with the toe to the enemy. Who be enemy? Zeshun, as I've said, the seat of the family is no concern. Fine, even if you're lying, I do know that you haven't prepared anything for your assignment anyways. Changing the subject, Zeshun, who was chatting with Hong Lu, methodically slowed down enough to walk right next to me, as though she was executing some sort of plan. You lead my brother's faction, do you not? About what I wanted to speak with you about earlier. I guess so, for now, right? Part of a conversation, okay. Brother, translations, please. Of course, Dante is unquestionably our manager, yes. Great, let me make a proposal. Become my faction for the duration of the hierarch evaluations. Help me out. Can we even do that? Why not? You guys managed to stall even the sweepers. That means you command a formidable force. Besides, you're head of the family mansion anyways, aren't you? You just don't know what to do once you get there. And as for competition, my brother doesn't care about the whole thing anyways, so why don't you join me? Help me become the family hierarch. I'm not like our older siblings. I always pay my debts, whether that's for a favor or a grudge. If If you can't trust me, I'll happy to make a written one. Can we do that, Faust? Faust deems the plan, her explanation of it, rather flawless. Having such an ally at the apex of a wing would be a great boon to Limbus Company as well. I guess so. Then I don't see any reason to refuse the offer. Hong Lu had been listening in, boiled the discussion down to a clear explanation, and relayed it over. Ah, perfect. It said formation of alliances come with a grand banquet to mark the occasion to cement the upcoming coalition. The banquet's on me. Once we get closer to the central zone, let's find a nice Kezon to discuss our future ventures. You're Dante, correct? Let's make things work. Yes, let's. Still bewildered at this turn of events, she reached out for a handshake with such earnestness I found myself drawn to shake in return. Now that I think about it, this is the first time we ever made ourselves an ally that wasn't specifically selected by the company, huh? Well, if that's the case, I hope we can have at least one ally who doesn't meet a terrible end. After the banquet, we walk out of the Kezon to find Mephistopheles waiting for us in the middle of the road. I guess the nice perk of being a manager is we can make decisions like this, as long as Faust doesn't say it's against the rules for us to do so. I guess it's nice to flex some authoritative muscle whenever it's finally convenient to do so. Well, man, I didn't think about it, but now just standing out here in the middle of the street, it really stands out, doesn't it? Is this your usual ride? Glad to see you're all safe. Sod and Pilot walked out from the bus. So did you guys take care of business? I have some pressing things to talk about. Listen well, do you have any idea how much trouble your subordinate's little connection? Yes, Miss Faust has given me a report. Pilot? Yes, ma'am. By the way, he's awkwardly stepping forward. He's probably gotten hell of a talking to from Sod. Rightly sorry about that, y'all. I've only ever been part of eradication missions, never espionage biz, so Pilot, what'd I say about mixing excuses into the apology? I forget what I said, I'm mighty sorry for real. This King guy approached me and sweet-talked me into going along with the plan of his, so I got too cocky, assuming I know better than my seniors. I'm sorry, too. I forgot he's still a new guy in this business. Of course, he'd be prone to making these kinds of mistakes. Looks like we'll both be writing letters to explain our failures together. You're both getting disciplined for this? The disciplinary action is unlikely to be anything of significance. The LCB team came out unscathed, all things considered. However, it's likely they may have to work half a year without pay. I do consider it a win if all we're getting is docked pay. Next time, I promise. Next time I'm gonna get real good at this job, all because someone who can actually provide good assistance to you all. Of course, Pilot, you really should. In fact, you will have no choice but become a contributing member of the team when I'm done with you. Let's get into it, okay? No one's dying or getting fired under my watch as long as I'm manager. I'll make sure of that. Yeah. Alright, I forgot to tell y'all, Sod. It's real important business stuff, so going forward, we're gonna... Oh, yes. I was gonna bring that up sooner or later. We just got the orders. She produced a small device from our pockets and began reading. Upon arrival, the LCB will participate in the evaluation with a candidate. We are going to anyway. Now the bus team's faction is gonna be represent the following sinner as the chosen candidate. Sinner 6, Hong Lu. Wait, what? Wait, what? You can't do that. What the hell, all of you? I'm gonna make you throw up everything you just say, you assholes. Well, now, that's an interesting way to end it. Surrendered witnessing. Ooh, I am exhausted, but that is all of the Intervallo, which is good. That means next time I can just immediately start Canto 8. Next time I'm all set up for this. Of course, I should probably also get a good bit more of these energies, but whatever. I can just use boxes if I really have to do that. Alright, I guess that's going to be all for tonight. Don's gonna wish us well here, so... I'm exhausted. Looks like the ones I usually follow are not going on here. The ones I usually raid are not here, and I think there's not too many here either way, so I guess I can just cut it here. I'm gonna have to just cut it here. Sorry about that. But thank you all for... until next time, thank you all for watching. Hope you had a good time, and I'll see you later. What a way to set the stage.